Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Journey at the End. Thank you so much for coming last episode. Everyone grieved over the loss of Serena, and then not an hour later, Serena came back in the form of a tall, sexy metal lady, a giant woman. Wow, we were indeed, Connar, my friend who plays Quint. Last episode, everyone got a little bit of a transformation. Connar became a much more sort of heavy force to be reckoned with, now wielding the two flails, the devil's head and the saint's head, blessed with the power of Gorm and of Hector himself, being able to harness Gorm's white and blue lightning and Hector's red-hot, deathly flames. Now, wielding these flails, Quint can further protect his people. Aeyier managed to gain more powers of the cosmos, of the wheel itself, the power of change now flowing through her. Her 18th spoke that she now wields, her shield, gaining much more forms, being able to fire out a large beam of deathly energy, and being able to split into 3 separate, long, coiling 30-foot arms. Now also wielding a black glass sword with the actual cosmos peering inside like a window into another dimension, able to slice things up to 30 feet away. On top of that as well, Drosk, now seeming darker in appearance with glowing, shining eyes, golden fingernails, and golden teeth, now covered in a large black cloak with the same little rat's head sword hilt at the very apex of the collar. Now able to take on his two new forms, the armor suits, which is a large, bulky jacket covered in spikes that increases his strength, and the stealth suits, which turn him into a wispy, wraith-like creature covered in darkness. On top of this as well, we've also now got Serena, who's now re-entered her new form, a large metal woman cloaked in long, spindly armor covered in rose thorns and willows. She now has a beautifully woven hat with platinum skin and a brand new version of the motherkin. Adopting these new forms and these new powers, they have all reached the apex of the Colossus, reaching the head from the chest. They met with Gorm, a plucky human, seemingly a lot more aggressive and rowdy than most would expect a god of judgment, but hey, who are we to judge? On top of that as well, she wields a hammer cloaked in white lightning, capable of smiting her enemies with a single swat of the hammer. On top of that as well, you guys have also met a very injured Hector, who slowly began to heal himself over, and Irma, fighting in the edge of time in the god realms, fighting just off of the river itself, in the snow that is the edge of time, up against Herpes' shades. You managed to fight through, you managed to repel all of them, and now you have reached the Agatherian Wilds, the god realm that belongs to mighty Agatha herself. The 3 great gods, one now mortal, argued as to who was going to see Agatha first. Agatha, of course, came and spoke to each one of you separately, taking a liking, it would seem, to the lot of you, and aggressively coaxing the others into her cave for a mere conversation. And that's where we pick up. I'm joined here with my friends, and hopefully yours, Ben, Athena, Zach, and Connar, who are playing in order: Drosk, Serena, Quint, and Aeyier. Oh, sorry, Aeyier and Quint, other way around. And I beefed it, boys. And
You're crying.
Connor's playing Aeyier now.
And we now sort of come into this very dimly lit cave with glowing moss and worms sort of crawling at it. A large pile of bones. Agatha, leading the charge, sort of comes in and sits gingerly down at her spot and looks upon all of you standing at a very tall 10 feet, now 8 feet while sitting. Well then, it is very unorthodox of the lot of you, especially you, who came into my wild jungle here. For what purpose do you all grace me with your presences? I want to hear it from these 4 mortals that you have brought with you.
Okay.
Come on, don't all jump at the opportunity. I'm listening.
Yeah, like I'm sorry. Like
I'm sorry, someone else want to go?
No,
I wouldn't mind.
It doesn't matter who speaks. Just someone speak. You all have the floor collectively.
all right. Hercles fucked things up, and we're here now. That's the short.
That's
end of
essentially
it.
that's essentially the shortest version of it all.
Don't waste my time with short versions on long versions. Just tell me the one with the information, please.
Hercles has essentially
Hercles has a
taken
miracle?
over. Yes.
One at a time. What?
He has a miracle. We believe.
He what?
Yeah.
He stole it, I'm assuming.
Oh, how else would he have gotten into contact with it? Asking it nicely. I apologize. I shouldn't take my temper out on you.
It's quite all right. I was ignorant and still kind of am about how all this works.
In that regard, then, Gorm, if I might ask, how have you failed so spectacularly? It wasn't me who failed. I killed the wrong man, and it's only fair that I serve up to punishment. Still as thick-skulled as you ever were, when will you realize that there is no such thing as honor among beasts? Well, that's not really up for you to judge now, is it? If only. So I take it then that the 7 of you are intending to uprise against him, and that is why you've come to seek me.
Yes, it is. Agatha, we require a small cup of your blood, as it were. God's Aeyier. Specifically, not for me, per se, but rather to one of our other personages here, Master Aeyier. She has no god that she is bound to, and I feel as though your might would come in handy.
Then I'm going to have to explore my options with this Aeyier individual. I'm not just willingly going to give up my Aeyier to a mortal without them proving their worth. Is she predator or prey? That is something that we'll all come to the conclusion to in time. I take it all of these have been primed for godliness based on the adornments they wear.
Yes. I have primed 2 of them. The Willis of Aim has primed 1, and 1 was already born, ready for godliness.
Great. In that regard, then, I suppose what we should be doing is preparing them and gaining allies with the other gods. Hey, that's exactly what we're trying to do. So, are you with us or against us, is basically the question here. What do you think, Gorm? I would do anything to rend the head off that sniveling brat. Good, so we got someone on our side then. Well, in that regard then, who fancies coming with me to go get one of the other gods? Quint, you don't seem very busy right now. What with you already consuming a drop of Aeyier from a good friend Hector himself.
Yeah, no, What does that do exactly? No one explained this other than trying to remember.
If I might ask you then, Orc, what do you think will happen to you?
Well, I think what has been happening, where I've just gotten more and more, I guess the word would be mutated, where just finish the process.
Ignorant.
Oh, okay.
As you have said.
Yep.
Up until now, Lord Hector has been putting every ounce of his ability into you, inevitably making himself weaker throughout the time, simply to get you onto a position within the Pantheon. He has now given you everything that he can, and it is up to you now to thrive by yourself. The Aeyier is a symbol stating that you have fulfilled your contract, and from there you'll be able to achieve greater heights and potentially even evolve into a god. But natural selection naturally will weed you out, provided that you aren't good enough.
Well, I certainly hope I'm good enough.
So do I. I have no time for weak prey.
Neither do I.
Very good, then. So I take it you understand your station?
Yeah, I understand that. It's
Who the fuck is doing that?
who has fought a bunch of marbles.
My bad. Like,
Ben thought it was a good
Ben,
idea.
why are
to
you
drop a
throwing
bunch of
plates
ball
at a
bearings.
wall?
No, he's dropping a bunch of ball bearings onto the ground.
no.
No ball bearings.
No, that wasn't plates. That wasn't plates. That was me shoving an empty egg carton into my trash can.
It's the loudest egg carton I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
Well, all right. I'm just.
Are you done making sound?
Yeah.
Thanks. Danny, keep this in. Great. Where was I?
You were talking about Predator. I said I was going to be Predator,
Right.
and then...
Very good, then. You and Hector will go out with Gorm and see if you can find a drop of her Aeyier. Naturally, it will be a particularly treacherous and dangerous mission. However, I feel that you should be capable. What with drinking a portion of Hector's Aeyier in the first place, correct?
Yeah, I should be fine. I've taken a lot worse. Survived a lot worse.
Good. I'm very relieved. Perhaps then you won't be as much of a disappointment to him any further then.
I told you that in confidence, but
What the
I see we're
fuck?
just destroying his willpower even further now. Yeah, he's achieved what he needed to, and I will not have you insult my ward any
Yeah.
further.
First off, Hector.
Shut up, Quint.
No, fuck you. Every time I've died, I've come back stronger. So fuck off.
You're suddenly quiet. You can't say a damn thing. And you look over and Irma has pinched her hand together and has casted silence on you. And she just sort of shakes her head.
I like to imagine
Right.
when he got mad, the helmet came on, and as soon as he realized the silence was there, the helmet just floored back off.
Good then.
Sits back down.
Hector, you'll take Quint and Gorm and try your hardest, of course, to naturally get as close to the top of the Pantheon as possible. It'll be impossible to breach currently on account of the fact that Hercule still lays on the top, searching for something, no doubt. Something frivolous or temporary, such as his will and his nature, the bastard. Irregardless of this is who you'll be attempting to find. Perhaps on your way you'll be able to sway some of the other gods. Perhaps you should meet with old friend Solomon.
Yes, perhaps if he's on the way, we'll attempt to do so. Any objections, Quint?
You can't say anything.
Very good. Gorm?
No objections at all, provided that we get the help that we require. Solomon's a bit of a stoic and stubborn type, but I take with a little bit of swindling our way. Team Charmer, back again. Don't you agree, Hector?
We've never successfully ever gotten anyone to do what we want without a fight.
And we should keep it that way. Right, Quint, let's go. Quint, Hector, and Gorm will leave together. And they have gone from the session. Next.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, Connar. Next. Agatha turns her gaze to Drosk.
All right.
Now then, I take it you're the sneak thief of the group. What with you being shrouded in Sylvain's old garments, poor thing.
Oh, so these are surveillance clothes.
Well, they used to be. They were what he was buried in.
Oh my, that's I didn't know that bit.
Yes. Well, you wouldn't know too much of anything, I suppose, would you?
He left me his last words. I don't know what he told me.
Right. Well, I'm very glad that at the very least he was able to get some of his breath out. You and Irma, provided that she gives her Aeyier to her ward, her apprentice, as it were, You and Irma will then travel to Sylvain's grave. You'll retrieve his corpse, and you'll retrieve the Aeyier held within whatever little bit is left, provided that you don't become a malnourished god. You should be quite useful with that sneaking cloak of yours.
It's been
Perhaps on your way, considering that it is in one of the viler reaches of the god realms, you might be able to swindle someone into assisting us.
all right. Swindle. Okay. Anyone in mind?
None in particular, no, but it's better than nothing, I do suppose. If you do manage to cross any gods in that realm, do be sure to let us know then. No off with you.
Understood.
Irma very quickly puts a hand on your shoulder. Wait for me outside, won't you, dear?
Sure. Yes.
Thank you.
I hurriedly make my way outside.
Serena,
Yes.
I seldom have neglected to give you a little bit of my blood, darling. Here, taste a drop of the Aeyier. Hold your hands out in a bowl. I'll pour for you as much as I can. I want you to grow up strong.
Serena nods and holds her hands out.
She grabs the crescent razor and sort of slices into the wrist. Golden, viscous liquid pours into your hands and then quickly seals itself over. No, I'm to be partnered with Drosk for a mere while, so I won't be able to oversee your growth. But I suppose that is not the nature of things these days anyway. Do your best, dear. I trust you.
Of course, Mother Irma.
I'll be off then. Take care of them all, won't you, Agatha? And Irma sort of swirls around, meets with you, Drosk. Well then, shall we go? I'll take you to Sylvain's grave.
Okay. lead the way.
Very well. Follow closely behind. There are many shades out there.
Understood.
Two of you depart. Now, I'm afraid, Serena, that I have no gods for you to be partnered with. So perhaps you could do us all a favor, seeming that you are one with great breath herself and able to communicate with the gods directly. Perhaps you could find old Arking Gwyndolin. As much as it displeases me so, it would be much better than having none who can throw lightning bolts and cause rain to fall like arrows.
I shall do my best.
Yes, you will. Good luck.
Thank you.
Just follow northeast. Try to walk very far away from the river if you can, but you will have to walk by it. Ensure that yourself is not seen by any of the shades. No doubt they will report that to Hector himself.
Of course, ma'am.
Follow the river until you reach the thunderclouds above. And once you do, climb on some lightning, and you should reach her very shortly.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And I am left with you, Aeyier.
Yeah.
Not a talkative type, I see.
Usually better
Very
to interactions than words sometimes.
Yes, respect is not something that is given nor earned here. It is taken. You would do well to understand that before we begin any of our training here. If you wish to ascend to godliness, then of course you're going to need a little dollop of my Aeyier. But in order to retrieve or earn some of that, you are going to have to take it.
All right.
I expect you to figure out a means to do so. You'll find my hide is very hard to pierce. And furthermore, I will not hesitate to draw your blood red and stain the rivers and creeks in my jungle.
Right.
So go then, hide yourself. Find me when you believe you're ready to take it.
Okay. I'll try and follow those instructions to the best of my ability.
So,
I'm saying that
the
as I'm doing it, not
perfect.
saying it.
So the party parts ways, each one with their own goals in mind. Serena and Quint currently being the only ones who have drunk the blood of their respective gods, while Drosk and Aeyier must come into their own means to achieve godliness. Hector, Quint, and Gorm heading towards the pinnacle of the edge of time, trying to find the perfect moment to reach in and snag some of Gorm's vials of her own Aeyier that she had kept for when she returned. Aeyier, who had now been sent to the jungle in a form of banishment in order to earn the blood, to take it from mighty Agatha herself. Serena, who had elected to travel very far away to reach the realm of Arking Gwendolyn, where she would be able to see if she could coax her down and assist. Drosk and Irma taking their way to Sylvain's resting place in the dead realm that was once his, to find his corpse and take from it what a little Aeyier they can. I wonder how that would go. But you're about to find out, because we're about to show you a bunch of clips with a bunch of one-on-one games. It's gonna be real fucking dick on my editor. I love you, Danny. Let's roll the clip. Roll the first clip. Roll the first clip. Quint,
Yes,
you're here.
I am.
Thank you very much for joining me.
It's my pleasure.
So it's been about an hour now, walking in a very awkward silence with the large, clunking, now fully healed form of Hector wielding his red three-pronged trident, coaxed in flame with his cloak fluttering behind him, that big red sort of tapestry of war and battle, tattered and scarred up naturally from many years of what you presume to be combat. And beside him, Gorm, sort of plucking very closely beside Hector, kind of just eyes forward, very stoic expression. And then you're there too.
Me.
You
I'm
guys
there.
You guys are walking directly. You've managed to get out of the Agatherian wild up in the God Plains, and you have made your way sort of within this snowscape again. From what you assume is around, you haven't seen any shades, you haven't seen any creatures, you haven't seen any monsters. You guys seem to just be in the middle of this snowy, dead tree scape with light snowfall dripping down on you. It's very cold now that you're here in the flesh. And might I add, it is very weird that you're seeing Hector not surrounded by an ethereal light or a backlit by a flame as you've seen in his visions. He just looks like a big metal dude, and that's kind of weird to you that he exists in a physical manner. But obviously, Gorm being completely not what you were raised to believe, not this hulking Zeus-esque man with a massive hammer, but rather a strong, broad woman with shaven head, back and sides, with a sort of little bit of a floof on the top there, tussled into sort of spikes, large scar down the front of her face, that white hammer and the big broad shield on her side. It's a very odd experience to know that these are the gods that you've worshipped and known of for so long, now here, present, and what's more, seemingly more human than you had ever known.
Quinn, like, after admiring, he's like, oh god, I have to do, like, I can't sit in awkward silence any longer. What do I do? What do I do? Starts to try to whistle.
Is there something you need to say, Quint?
No, just try and make noise. Not let
Then
my...
perhaps it would be wise for you to cease doing so, as this is just the river that we had come through. This plane of existence, no doubt, is surrounded by hordes of Hertes' shades, and I would be seldom if we were to be attacked again.
All right, understood.
Think of it in this manner, Quint. I will survive, undoubtedly, but when I am tasked with protecting something so soft and squishy, such as you and Gorm, hey! Then perhaps it would be wise to remember this. I can only carry you so far.
You know, I get that and appreciate that. But, it's just pretty surreal, just next to you two, just you. Every time I've seen you before this, or, well, discounting, well, not counting one time previous, you've just been so ethereal and powerful, and now that you're here in person, it's very powerful. It's just the lighting's off, you know, with no backlit flame.
Yes, it's honestly a much easier task for me to reach you verbally rather than through cosmic intuition. Not being able to rely on my omnipotence that I receive from my realm, however, is naturally a bit unnerving. And what's more, I can imagine watching and witnessing a god get wounded is something that is particularly irksome.
It is. And then Gorm just... Can I admit something to you, Gorm?
You can do whatever you like, mate.
For a little bit, I actually thought you weren't real. Just for a little bit.
I imagine many of my kin feel that way, son.
Just a lot of unanswered prayers and, you know.
Well, the more powerful a god gets, the further away from the mortal realm they become. The harder they are to reach. Of course, in my instance, I was closer than I had ever been in my entire existence as a god. But due to some bad choices and bad judgment, I did what I felt was right.
I can respect that.
Do well
God.
to. Even in failures, respect is something that you have to go by. An honor system asserts.
Yeah, I get that. I just built all of you guys up in my head so much, and
The decisions of the gods reflect what mortality is going to look like. If it wasn't for all of our ignorance and idiocies, we would never be in this position that we find ourselves in now. This, Quint, is your first lesson.
It's humbling. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's an experience that I have to go through myself, despite my grumbles about it. But hubris is something that exists as a concept for all gods and mortal kind.
I appreciate this. I can see a lot more clearly now. Less stuck in my own head. So, can you tell me a little bit more about Solomon?
What do you want to know? You're a man of the clergy, I'm sure you'd understand.
Quint, sleep.
You'll forgive Hector, son. He's a bit touchy on the subject.
I am not.
Quint's eyebrows raise. What happened?
Well,
Don't you dare.
I'll tell
Okay.
you a sweet story. Hector and Solomon, they used to be creators of earths and metals together. forging and creating in time. All of a sudden, under the crust of the earth, Solomon stopped having time because he fell in love. Hector got a little bit jealous about that.
I did not do any of the such. We had very important work to get done and a project to see through. He abandoned it.
He built the moon.
So, Solomon built the moon.
Constructed it and placed it in your very skies.
Wait, did he? Were him and Irma and Hector? Oh,
No.
You had.
Wrong
You didn't
courtship, friend. Irma is very much involved in a different kind of love she'll never retrieve for herself. Solomon never loved Irma. In fact, he resents her. For reasons I cannot even begin to fathom, I'm sure it has nothing to do with any sense of reason. Despite being a highly intelligent individual, Solomon is thick and stubborn and sticks to his opinions.
That much is true. And no, there wasn't a love triangle between the three. I seldom believe that Hector can even feel love.
I can. It's a very hard task, but I can.
I felt it once, and I will probably never feel it again from Hector.
Unlikely.
That was a joke, Hector. I'm sure you're very caring.
It wasn't funny.
Quint rolls his eyes. Anyway,
Solomon
so I
built
know
the
he's
moon.
stubborn. Oh, God.
Solomon built the moon for the purposes of impressing a fellow lady. And I'm sure that you can use your eyes to discern that Hector is no woman. Couldn't be if you wanted to try anyway.
Too many curvy bits.
You did a good job on the curvy bits.
I tried my best.
It's fine. You did good.
This conversation is making me uncomfortable.
Well,
Irregardless, Hector.
Yes.
Sorry, Quint, you're saying something.
No. Go ahead. I insist.
Well, after Solomon left Hector to do the remainder of the work on the Colossus, Hector naturally was very angry about that. For a few thousand years, if I recall.
438,000, yes.
He was angry for quite a while. Of course, this was hundreds of thousands of years before you were even born.
Hold up. You guys made the Colossus.
Yes. Solomon and I began working on the Colossus. We were aided by Aeyier and overseen by Gorm.
That's correct.
And the purpose of that was an idiotic ploy in order to snatch the miracle from the wheel itself.
Listen, I thought it'd be a good idea, because at the very least, we wouldn't have to worry about the world ending every couple millennia.
And look where it got us now. Hundreds of thousands of years of pain and hatred, to which you were present for none of it.
It was an oversight and judgment. But then again, I didn't think that we would be employing a snake into the Pantheon.
I don't think any of us did.
Like, no bad vibes immediately came from Hercules. At all.
None.
Like...
Not even a cent. He was a charmer. His first couple of thousand years with us, he played and he danced and he would sing. He would invite us all to his realm for the sole purpose of bearing merriment. To prevent us from having such sour moods.
Did you know something, Quint?
No, you just...
Hector
immediately... Oh,
used to smile.
You're lying.
I would never. Goes against my oath.
It is true I did smile once. But Hercules, has a terrible habit of sucking the joy out of it. He'll reel you in, and then he'll absolutely ruin your day with a feast. I've never seen a man ruin anyone's day with drink and gold before, but it's something that he's very capable, and something that he's done 1,000 times over. When he first arrived, he would brag and speak about his mortal life, and he would create champions and heroes and tell stories of them. He would work with things orderly and meticulously, and furthermore, he would spread merriment and joy amongst mortal kind. Originally, we didn't think to even consider that he would turn out in this fashion.
Furthermore, he was very close with our good friend Servain. When he told me Servain had nicked the miracle from the pinnacle, from the top of the Colossus, Servain had been distant and strange for a very long time. We knew him and Heracles had a relationship of some description, but we were never able to discern the nature. Servain said it was a blossoming love, while Heracles said it was merely a passing moment between the two. I imagine it caused Servain quite a fair bit of discomfort. So when Servain took the miracle,
all of us had assumed that it was done in the purpose of impressing someone. Heracles.
When Heracles came to me, he was crying, saying that Servain had stolen the miracle, and that the end of the world was nigh if he was to use it. He said that it was all his fault. He believed him. When Servain's execution came to pass, he only said he was innocent once, and then he didn't speak for the remainder of the trial.
I was unable to make the execution, but I heard it was brutal.
In a facet. I tore him limb for limb, searching for the tiniest glint of the miracle. You'd assume he had hidden it. Immediately I was accused by Agatha and the others for a false judgment, that I was being arrogant. Even Heracles joined in. I don't know why I believed any of them. But nevertheless, I had killed someone without reason. Someone who was innocent without the investigation or believing the truth. Because we trusted someone so new to us instead of an old dear friend. So I returned to Earth as a mortal. And ever since, I've never been able to find the River of Time, and I got stuck in that blasted Colossus for a couple of millennia. And here I am.
Why does... One thing I gotta ask, because just the state of things with... Do you have any possible theory on why he hates goblinoid, orc, or whatever kind like that? It was... I don't know what Servain looked like, or... Was he?
I don't think you'll like the answer, Quint.
I would like to know. I don't care if I like it. There's plenty of things I don't like.
It's not a good reason. It's not even a valid reason. But then again, I suspect no reason would be valid under this circumstance. But it is not something that would satisfy you.
Is it just that he's racist?
Potentially even more scathing than that.
You see, for the love of the gods, Hector. The reason that he doesn't like orcs is because he doesn't find them aesthetically pleasing to look at.
That is correct.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Pig-nosed brutes, he would always say.
Aye. Tiny shrunken raisins for the goblins, if I remember correctly.
That's rich. Has he not looked at me? I'm handsome.
I would argue against that. You lack a few feminine features in my department.
And furthermore, you're covered in metal and scars.
Hey, that's not the part that's handsome. It's the face.
No, that is the part that's handsome. If it was up to me, you'd be nothing but metal and scars.
Yes, but anyone would be covered in plate mail if everything was up to you, Hector.
That's what I like looking at.
You guys are a rough crowd.
Isn't it better that no one else finds you attractive by that one?
Yeah, what is the relationship with you and the sparkly one?
It's when I first met Hector, I'll be honest, it was I didn't talk to anyone.
Defiant, angry. You would yell at me a lot.
You did the same because I didn't want to do what you wanted, and then I.
Was that a death?
Yeah.
It took a full 5 minutes for me to get through his head that he was dying.
You really are thick as pig shit, aren't you, Quint?
Yeah. I am.
Dumb as a rock.
Yep. But I had a rough time sleeping. I didn't have any peace for a good while, and it's just, living in the world that Hercules made. You don't, guys like me didn't get a lot of kindness thrown your way, and then I met her, and she gave me the first good night's sleep I had in a long time. Like actual peace.
Ever since then, he's been smitten.
I think that's a lovely story, Hector, and you should appreciate that he was able to actually find that amongst your nightmares.
I didn't cause them nightmares. That's his own mortal subconscious acting against him. I have nothing to do with the such.
At first, I thought it was your fault, but like I said...
No, you
clarity.
idiot. That's just regular trauma.
Yeah, no.
You witnessed
like I
your
said,
entire
clarity.
Friend and family die.
It's a lot on someone.
Yes, it is. But I've seen billions.
I'm very much aware that you've seen billions.
It gets easier after the first time.
That's a bit fucked up, Hector. Let's move on.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It does not. I watched her explode into flame. Hector.
It's different because you care for her in a way that you do not care for your remaining companions.
I did care for my remaining companions.
Yes, but not in that facet. It's different when it's someone you love as opposed to someone you like.
I loved all my friends. Very much.
But not in that way.
Maybe not in that way, but it's my grandma, my boys, just watched them get ripped apart, and
they'll be put back together when the new world is formed. But first, we have a goal.
Yeah. All right. Let's fix my boys. And my mom, my grandma. I'm looking forward to that.
So, how come, if I might ask you, Quint?
Yeah.
You were allowed to live in a terrible world that hates your kind. What use would they have for something that's not pretty?
So, they had a system called the two groups of paladins of Gorm. Well, I guess they would have been of Hercules, but we had the white paladins who were, elves, men, dwarves, the pretty ones. And then there were the black paladins made of orcs, half-orcs, hobgoblins, goblins, the pig-face motherfuckers, as Hercules would like to say it. And we were used as fodder, basically. Our job was to go in first, hopefully, by their standards, get killed off. And then, we were the muscle, so to say. And they would come in, sweep, and they get the glory.
So they basically didn't have any honor.
Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. But I didn't like the fighting part. I did a lot of healing, a lot of taking blows. Stepped in the way of a lot of traps. Tried to make sure everyone could get out okay and do their job. Only throw a punch or hammer when I needed to.
So the Colossus would have been the most combat you've experienced.
No, I've seen a lot of combat, and I've had to kill.
I mean,
I never took any pleasure in it, but I had to.
Talking in the sense of, I mean, every floor is filled with all sorts of beasties and crawlies and monsters of all sorts of descripts.
Okay, that brings me back. Hector, what's with the spiders?
What? Which one?
Spiders. There's an entire floor full of spiders in one of
Which one?
The poison ones. All of the spiders. They're huge.
Yes, there's lots and lots of spider floors that we designed.
Why?
Spiders are scary.
But why make... You're not getting the question.
I have no idea which floors you've encountered within the Colossus, Quint.
Okay, there's the forest with the spiders. That was the forest.
Oh, yes, the Door of Death.
So it's a door of death. Okay. Why?
Yes, I recall. That was a fun one to design, actually. Solomon, brain behind the puzzle. Absolute legend. He actually came up with the idea when we witnessed a rat, right? It was attempting to find some cheese. So we had placed a small model of what the floor was to look like and included giant tarantulas inside of that floor. And effectively, the mouse would have had to have found these cheeses. But instead of digging directly underneath it, it ran into the woods and was immediately killed by spiders. And we thought, what a good idea to prevent any assailants while we're wandering around the earth in the Colossus from getting inside. Fantastic idea. Getting lost and killed by your own hubris. Genius.
Okay. So you knew this. And you knew I'd be entering the Colossus.
Yes.
Was this some sort of fucked up test to see if I could live and solve the puzzle?
No, this was, climbing the Colossus is a very difficult thing for anyone to do. Even Gorm got stuck in there for millennia.
I did,
But the main reason as to why we constructed such a deadly set of traps, and horrible nightmares and puzzles, namely was for the fun of it. As for the reason I sent you into the Colossus is because that is where the mouth of the river ends. There's no other way up. And if I told you there were spiders, I don't think you would have entered.
I probably would have entered, but I would have been prepared for spiders.
Well, I mean, you could have gotten spiders, you could have gotten the wolves, you could have gotten the terrible beast men, the slime guys.
The slime guys?
Giant
Wait,
ants.
what are the slime guys?
It's a bunch of humanoid shapes in gelatin. They form together into a cube creature and flood an entire room with its, form, drowning and absorbing anyone into its disgusting molecular flesh.
Okay.
There was an entire room made of fire.
We could have ended up in the fire floor.
You could have, yeah.
We could have just burned to death and died right there.
Yeah, instantly.
Gordon, what the... Hey,
I don't know. I didn't ask them to do any of this. Hector was in charge of making sure no one came in.
Okay, so what is the corpse made out of exactly, the Colossus? Is it an actual corpse?
Of sorts, yes. It was a corpse of our friend Igmund.
Oh.
We hollowed it out and filled it with all sorts of deadly interdimensional traps that we had forged from the reality and icons of ourselves. And stone. Lots of stone. Metal.
Lots of stone and metal. Spiders. Spiders, of course.
The spiders were Agathos.
Oh, okay, so I have to thank her for the spiders.
Don't.
I will not.
She'll
was a
brag
joke.
about them. She will brag about them for a very long time if you mention those spiders. She's very proud of them.
Probably should not have told. Probably won't tell her that I killed some of those spiders.
If you do, she'll be very impressed rather than disappointed, in fairness.
Oh, really? Okay. Maybe I will tell her.
Don't. That's 6 hours we cannot afford.
Okay. You're right. So, how long is it? Okay.
Colossus was... no, go ahead.
I was just going to ask how long it's going to take to get to Solomon's.
It'll take a fair bit of time continuing on, but I assumed you had further questions for me.
I mean... Just, you still have omniscience, right? Question I've always wondered. It's
not
probably
within my
not
realm.
really even important. Doesn't have anything to do with it. Anything, really.
Right.
Never knew birth parent. What happened to them? It's not like it matters, but just curious.
Your birth parents.
Yeah. Did they die?
Yes.
Oh. Well, that answers that question.
If I remember correctly, they had you as an infant, gave you to your mother's grandmother, and fled to the White Line, in which they were instantaneously killed.
All right.
Jesus, Hector, have a little bit of tact when you say those kinds of things.
Ah, yes, I'm sorry for your loss.
It's not like I knew him, so not like I can mourn anyone. I can't mourn someone I don't know.
You can. It takes a certain degree of empathy, but you can.
That means so much coming from you, actually.
Right.
It's a little scary.
It should mean seldom nothing.
It's
Coming
no.
from the god of death. Make no mistake, Quint, I bear no care to any mortal that dies and is sent to my realm. It's simply another mortal that I have to process.
So you wouldn't feel a little bit bad if I died at all?
I would be dreadfully disappointed.
Just disappointed. Not even
Yes.
sad.
It's hard to say, Quint. As I know you now, and as I say currently, I do not think that I would be overly pleased with your death, and furthermore, I do feel I would be fairly disappointed in it.
Gord, what's your take on that? You know him a little bit better than I do.
I met you like 5 hours ago, love.
That's fair. I'm just saying when Hector says something like that, what do you translate from that? We just sort of think similarly. There's one for the first time, getting a little bit of your guidance.
I can't say for sure that I'd, mourn your death, but I'd be a little bit shitey about it. But then again, who wouldn't be?
Irregardless, Quint, I do believe that we are going to be continuing our procession through this wood. Do you have any further inquiries that you would like to ask either of us? Keeping in mind, of course, that Gorm has been absent for the past couple thousand years.
I can tell you everything you want to know about the ancient times, love, but nothing about today's events. Sorry.
My questions, ancient times. I mean, I never really cared about that. Honestly, a lot of the times during religious teachings, which they strangely made us do anyway, I just sort of pretended to sleep. No offense.
None taken. It's got nothing to do with me anyway.
Yeah. Another other question, I guess. Oh my god, I had it on the tip of my tongue. Out of character.
Yep.
It was for Hector. Oh my god. Oh yeah, no, I do have a request of Hector.
Shoot.
Did you ever apologize to Serena? You called her a bitch, and that was very mean.
She's aware.
Okay, did you apologize?
No,
You should do that.
I won't.
You will.
No, I won't.
I think you will.
I don't think I will. And you will ask Serena why.
Quint squints. Haha.
Yeah. High five.
Yeah.
Quint squints.
Quint squints. Our new segment on Journey at the End, where Quint gives recipes. It's a cooking segment.
Okay.
Anyway,
So Quint squints.
Quint squints. Doubt. Press X to doubt, but
Press X to doubt.
we'll
You're
deal
allowed
with
to
this
be
later.
suspicious of me. We will not. It is dealt with.
Okay.
You are no longer bound to do whatever I ask, nor am I bound to do whatever you ask. If I feel that it is necessary for me to apologize to Serena, then I will do so on my own terms. Not because a squishy mortal told me to do so.
I love you, Hector, but Jesus, you're rude.
Call it what you like.
All right. Rude.
Listen, love, is something that I would authority have known by now. Is that Hector doesn't really like being told what to do. There are seldom few people who are powerful enough to tell Hector what to do.
There is no one more powerful than I am.
He's wrong about that, love. Don't worry about it.
Honest. Yeah. No, I don't believe that for a second.
Then you are free to prove it.
I don't know. Maybe I should ask Agatha.
You are free to do as you wish. But Agatha is no more than a beast. You could crush her in an instant.
Mm-hmm. You were looking pretty...
You look over to Gorm, and Gorm like shakes her head.
Okay. No, I figured. Like fucking talking to Drosk. Oh god. Drosk the Destroyer from fucking Guardians of the Galaxy.
Drax, yeah.
Just fucking just... I would... No, nothing could hit me. I'd catch it midair. Anyway.
Nothing flew over my head. I would catch it.
Exactly. Well, I don't think I have any more questions at the moment. If I think of any, I'll obviously say it. I do talk a lot.
So I've noticed. I've started to begin appreciating the silences.
Don't listen to him. This is the best conversation I've had in a few thousand years.
You guys are great.
I know.
Indeed.
So, after a couple more hours of walking, you eventually reach... the snow begins to drift away as the trees begin to sort of fade out of existence almost. And then you sort of reach this large stone cube with stairs coming out and then going back in, towers being built and then demolished. It seems to be this constantly building labyrinth.
Well, thank goodness the jabber is over. Perhaps then we'll be able to speak with someone with some sense.
I thought you two weren't on good terms.
Yes, we are not on good terms, but at the very least, you'll have a conversation that isn't about frivolous and small things. Much like a
most,
certain half-orc I know.
I'm just gonna tell you, Hector. Most of the population on the planet doesn't go in the Colossus, so no one's going to appreciate the spider room.
I like the spider room.
I know you like the spider room.
It's a good room. It's meant to repel adventurers and monsters.
Okay. Is there anything we can do to get on Solomon's good side?
No.
Okay, Gorm, is there anything we can do to get on Solomon's good side?
And we're going to stop. Hold on.
Perhaps then, Quint, you should go in alone and see if you can coax an answer out of young Solomon.
All right.
Are you serious?
I don't think Hector would be any help at all here. If you want to come in and you know him.
I mean, I suppose I'll come in and give you a bit of backup.
Just, what's your relationship with him like?
Solomon and I are, well, we've never met.
You never met.
Solomon's older than me, dear, but he was like a pious man, and so is Hector, obviously. But there's a little something that perhaps could cause an area of complication in that.
And that being?
Solomon is, well, so the way that we ascended, Hector, Aeyier, Irma, and I all ascended the river. We found the mouth, we went in, we became gods, obviously. I derived my power from Egmont, and, so did Hector, and so did Aeyier, and so on and so forth. All chosen to be under him as his wards. On account of the fact that my moral compass was a little bit stronger than the rest, and, me being the party leader.
That's rich.
Me being the party leader, I was immediately assigned to be the god of judgment. I didn't have a lot of time to really mingle, I suppose is the thing. So, I just never met him, to be frank, and he never went to Hertie's parties, obviously. He was much too busy with his project on the Colossus and then the moon, and so on and so forth, and I don't even know what he does anymore. He's the stone shaper, the creator of the earth, and such, but in fairness, I don't really know what he does on a day-to-day basis to keep himself entertained, or how he intermingles with the mortals and such. He sort of just holes up in this labyrinthian.
I mean, I'm a bit of a craftsperson myself, when I can be.
I have no idea what this guy is like.
All right, well...
This is the bulk of my knowledge. My wife says that he's so silly. Hector loves and hates the guy at the same time. And...
that's obvious.
That's pretty much it. Those are the only two gods that I think have ever actually spoken to Solomon for more than nary a single word. And furthermore, I do believe that our dearly departed Serena used to be a very good friend of his. Solomon is an old soul, and a romantic at that, and furthermore, he tends to hold on to grudges fairly large, being father of the dwarves, after all.
Okay. All right, that's good to know. All right, well...
He's quick as a whip. You'll find yourself outmatched, fool.
Thanks. Thank you very much. It was very helpful, Hector.
Good luck.
You're not coming in?
No, you want to do this yourself. Go then. Convince him to come out. Humble me.
All right.
The whole point of you drinking my blood in the first place
Goodbye,
was to
Hector.
cite your evolution.
I'm going. Goodbye.
do things yourself. Hey,
Walking away. Walking away.
Trust me, he'll have a longer lecture for when you get back if you don't hear him out now. But I do like your style, son. Let's go.
Yep. Go.
brat.
So you walk in, stairs,
Yeah.
rumble out from the ground, and they coil up to the very top of the cube. Ah, fuck me, Dad. I hate walking upstairs.
Yeah. Well,
But you don't have a
I
problem
guess
with
let's
this.
get.
You don't have a problem with this. How do you not have a problem with this? Do you see how many stairs there are?
Just walking sucks in general.
I know. Your legs get tired. You sweat. Fucking nightmare.
That reminds me, I've not had a bath in a while. Anyway, let's go.
I can tell. Let's go.
Yeah, no, I smell like shit.
Yep,
Is there
nor have I.
anything you
Let's go.
Yep.
What? Is there anything I could watch? Do you want me to give you a sponge bath on the steps?
No, I don't
halfway
want to
up
give you a
fucking-
sponge bath, but I know there's magic that can clean you.
I don't know any of that
let's just go.
magic.
Okay.
What
Okay,
like soap? Listen, mate, I ran out of soap 500,000 years ago.
Honestly, if my nose wasn't so fucking broken, I could have probably smelt you, but let's go.
I smell like salt water and sand, son. I'll tell you that.
Actually sounds nice. Anyway, let's go.
Let's go. So you reach the top
Up the
after
stairs.
an hour of climbing stairs. Like, literally. You both get up the top. She's like wheezing.
Oh, fuck.
That was shite. Absolute bullshit. What a kick in the
Holy
balls.
crap.
I think I shit myself halfway up. That's fucked.
Holy crap.
I hate having a bowel.
You know, I thought like I could withstand most endurance tests due to all the metal in my legs, but no.
No,
No,
that
this
just
is
makes you
this
heavier,
is-
you tit.
No, it's just, I thought I'd be used to the weight by now.
Yeah, you'd think, mate, but believe it or not, no matter what you say, that's an hour worth of climbing stairs. Absolutely fucking mental. Alright, so
Oh,
where's...
shit.
He's not fucking up here, is he? Nope, that's just a plane of nothing. Maybe if we walk a little bit forward, we would find maybe a hatch, and then he has like a top room office, and
Wait,
no more
hold up.
fucking stairs.
Let's just... Solomon, are you here?
That's not gonna work, mate.
Well, we haven't tried.
Solomon!
Quint knocks.
Nothing happens.
Bump, 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 bump.
More fucking stairs.
Alright,
Alright, Quint, let's go.
alright. Round 2. 1 hour later.
You guys reach a very dark room lit by torchlight, and there's a drafting table and a very short man with very dark brown skin and a large sort of beard that is definitely hair but looks like it's been chiseled out of his face. He's carrying a large stone staff, and he seems to be muttering away at himself.
Hello, Solomon?
Not right now. I'm busy.
I'm busy. Doing what?
I'm making a labyrinth for you, mate. What's it look like? Not doing a piss around on the bollocks, innit?
I could help.
Seldom doubt it, mate. You don't seem like the kind of fellow that'd be able to assist me in one of these machinations of infinite mathematics.
Well, let's hold up here. I may not be good at infinite mathematics, but I got a knack for design. Let's look at what you got here.
Well, first of all, I was thinking, right, I can make the stairs sort of look like a special design pattern that you'd be able to walk underneath. And then it would take you to a pit filled with chimeras, right? And then,
Chimeras.
furthermore, it would appear that here this floor, be able to create something a little bit more fierce. I was thinking
Wait,
as
what do you
well,
think?
right? These doors would open and then fire out missile spikes, right? And they would explode filled with charged arcane energy. But here's the thing.
Okay.
I haven't exactly figured out an infinite calculation that would consistently be able to do so without being dispelled immediately. That's the real pickle.
Okay. So backing up a little bit to the slope leading into the chimeras.
Yeah.
So I was told about from a friend of mine about that.
Wait a fucking minute. Hold on.
No, what? What? I was just suggesting with the slope.
You're a person in my own. Furthermore, a mortal.
More.
It's been 1,000 years since I've last spoken to another mortal.
Oh. Yeah, nah. I'm working on it.
Obviously not implying that I'm mortal myself. It's a very strange occurrence to be happening within me labyrinth. Does that mean the world's about to end?
Probably. Soon.
Butter me bollocks. What's happened now? Let me guess. Large-scale war in which none of you were able to do it. You're all fighting over the same lady again, and one of you built a giant cow to try and get into the other city.
No. It's heard of Hercules?
No.
No?
No.
Yeah, no, he's one of the new ones.
Right.
He's a right dick. Right asshole.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely terrible.
Okay.
Bit of a creep.
Yeah.
Bit of a sex pest.
Uh-huh.
Not pleasant at all.
Right.
But, yeah, no, so he took the miracle. And
The what?
Yeah, he took the miracle.
Oh, yeah.
We're trying to get it back. But
Right.
yeah, have you met Gorm? Yeah, I haven't met Gorm. We're trying to
Solomon. Yeah. Yeah, love, I'm Solomon. Sorry, man, I don't know who this is. Another mortal?
she was a god, but not anymore.
Right, well,
We're working on that.
good luck, love.
So we could use your help, but I do have a suggestion for the slide trap.
Yeah.
Instead of chimeras.
Right.
Because you're gonna have
Chimeras, mate, by the way. They're called chimeras.
Chimeras, I'm sorry. Instead, you ever tried ooze? Maybe do like a big slime cube, so when they slide in, they go right into the slime cube.
I did that
This
before when I was working on my designs for the Colossus show. We were supposed to pluck the miracle from the sky. Is that how this Hercules fellow managed to get hold of it? Because he plucked it at the same time. I was working on the moon back then, so...
Yeah, I think he stole it. Blamed us. He blamed Servain.
Oh, yeah? How is the old
Yeah.
copper?
Sorry.
What?
I'm sorry, bro. He's dead.
Oh.
Yeah, no, he got killed.
Right.
I'm sorry, bud. I'm sorry. What are you?
Yeah.
I don't know your relationship with the guy, but
Oh, he was a sappy sort. He was honest. He was kind. Had fancied some new fella that showed up. Then all of a sudden you went missing. I just assumed he got married and invited me to the wedding.
no.
Right.
He, from what I heard about the guy, I never met him, but he sounded like the kind of guy who would have invited you to the wedding.
Yeah.
I think it
Report
was
such.
I think it was the Hercules fella that that did him in, or at least was responsible for doing him in.
Rightio then.
Could use some help getting rid of this guy.
Yes,
Right,
but a
yes.
vengeance, eh?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me tell you what. Let me think about it. All right, yeah, I'll come with.
All right, cool.
Right.
I love this motherfucker so much. I love this.
Stairways to the door out. You all walk out. Hector's right there.
So I see you didn't. Holy shit. Hello, Hector. Good to see you again, Cobber. So, we're off to knock off some bastard on a throne, innit?
Yes, we are.
Yes. My friend, it has been some time since we last spoke. I had worried. Yeah, rightio. We'll save the sentiments for later, eh? Beautiful. So are we headed up to the pinnacle now, or did I wait somewhere? Yeah.
We got to go near the pinnacle.
We
Oh, you got
have to go
to
near
pick
the
up.
pinnacle pint. We best not invoke Herc's wrath on four of us. I suggest Solomon head back with to Agatha. Right. Yeah. I'll head back with Agatha. I tell you what, actually.
Okay.
I think I'll take this Quint fellow with me.
You sure?
Yeah. Well, you're mortal, innit? We're going back to Agatha. Hector's a capable sort. He'll just take Gorm up there, get some of her godliness back. We'll piss off back home, wait for the cobbers to come back, make our way over, eh?
Is that all right with you two?
I'm fine with that. I mean, two's a company, three's a crowd.
I also agree with the statement. It would be much quieter without Quint. There we go.
Thanks, Hector.
Right. Team talkers and team shutter-uppers. Split off now. Right. Well, fare thee well, mate. I'll see you soon. Take care of yourselves. Let's in.
He slowly trudges off back towards Agatha's realm.
I guess I go with him.
Perfect. And as you part ways, the ever-changing labyrinth, you come back to Agatha's realm about a week later or so.
Oh, well. That's a while.
And we're going to leave it there for today's session.
Cool.
For this clip. So when the next clip shows up, well, that shit's through. I hope you guys enjoyed me and Connor talking for a while using funny voices. Bye.
Bye.
Zach, your friends have left Aeyer's side. Each one partnered up with a god or bus Serena, who's seemingly walking in a direction. They've sort of become obscured from sight, and then eventually you feel their presences completely dissipate amongst the Agatherian jungle. You yourself, at this point, have been told by Agatha to escape into the jungle and attempt to survive her hunting you. And at the same time, you have to hunt her to attain a little bit of her Aeyier, so that way you may ascend to godhood alongside your companions before the battle against Hercules begins.
Sure, anything. Anyway, sorry.
You've run through the forest, the thick jungles filled with wildlife and fauna, keeping fairly close to the ground. You have drawn your sword, which I forget the name of at the moment.
Choice.
And you have begin to sort of scrum yourself around. What do you do?
Okay. Gonna find a clearing sort of area to work with?
Roll a survival check.
Oh, because I'm great at those.
Right, sorry, a nature check.
Oh, those I'm better at. Thank you for changing that.
Yeah, no, survival doesn't work here. Roll a nature.
Nature. 17.
It takes about an hour, but you successfully managed to find a decent clearing filled with root. Little spring off in the center. Around it, sort of little grassy patches filled with all sorts of wildflowers and sort of roots coiled over each other. The heavy, thick canopy above, sort of coming up with stones jutting out from underneath. Very small, dirty pond spring thing, again off by the center, just a little ways away. It's about maybe 25 by it's about 25-foot radius, maybe.
The area or the pond?
The area.
Okay, and the pond is in the center, right?
Near the center, yeah, sort of off leftish. It's not perfectly centered. It's a very small pool filled with murky water and algae and tadpoles.
Okay. Gonna come up with some idea for stone trap. Okay.
You gonna try and make a trap?
Yes. As a starting point.
Okay. Roll me for a trap. That would be roll a straight intelligence roll.
9.
There's not too much to work with, obviously. You don't have any metal or clicky bits that you're very used to be working with. You do manage to fashion a form of rope trap. Something designed to sort of counterweight using some of the rocks to lift something up. It's not the most effective, as far as you're aware, but you do manage to set one up in the nearby trees. I imagine you did this a couple other times.
Okay. That's a small starting point. And not gonna really do anything, but it's a starting point. Okay.
What else do you do?
Let's see. And do I hear it anywhere near or something like that?
Roll a
Just to make
perception
sure.
check.
Ten.
You just hear the sort of sounds of the jungle. Wildlife stepping about, grunting and whinnying in the distance. Birds flittering about.
Just still now. We'll wait.
Nothing but wood creaking in the wind.
Okay. Let's see. I guess I'll do it now. Cast Hunger nearby some, like, in the late part of the land area.
The inky black sphere sort of appears around you.
Not
Not on
around
top
me.
of you. Not on top of you, but like nearby, somewhere close.
Mm. I'll mean,
How long does Hunger of Hadar last?
Damn, I'm gonna double check. A minute, fuck. I probably won't do that right now then.
Too late.
I thought it was.
After about a
Damn it.
moment, it fades away.
I didn't think about that. Oh, I thought it lasted longer. So much for that idea.
What did you do next?
I'm gonna hide for now, and
Roll a stealth check.
9.
You managed to hide yourself behind some rocks. Sort of listening out, waiting patiently.
Should I just? No, I lost that spell slot because I'm an idiot. I'll leave it.
Do you do anything else?
I'm trying to think how I want to do it, what I'm trying to do, but I messed up the plan because I didn't think about the spell's duration. Because, god damn it, I was going to try and lure her there. Fuck, man. Can I use minor illusion to, create, voices at a particular point?
Yep. You make it sound like you're sort of rummaging around in the brush, a little ways away. How long does it last?
Not thinking about the duration that it's a cantrip, so
You're just going to keep casting it in that same
I
spot
can
every now
just
and again?
keep doing.
Okay. Yeah, you make the sounds of you rummaging through the brush or just unnatural snappings of twigs as you're sort of moving around. Nothing. How long are you going to do this for?
Just for a little while to make it seem like I'm actually just being careless.
Keep doing it consistently for another maybe 30 to 40 minutes and nothing.
Might try and find somewhere to try and organize myself.
Nature check to try find a good spot. You are starting to get very hungry and your provisions are very low at the moment.
Yeah, so that might be what I'm searching for.
So you begin to look for something to eat. Roll
That's a dirty 20.
for nature.
Yeah.
Takes you not very long. You do travel a little bit of ways away, so that way you're not as close to the original ground zero where you had just been running around sort of various different spots in the land, trying to find somewhere to sort of bunker down for at least a while. You do manage to find a small cave, a little overhang. It's not a cave, it's more of like a stony sort of overhang, little ledge to hide yourself under. It's got moss and some creepy crawlies and jittering about. You decide that this spot is probably the best to shelter you from sun or rain or whatever may occur within this strange realm that you find yourself in. The next thing on your list is food and clean water, something to distill it with. You have an understanding of how to achieve this, and you sort of begin to think about your next option for food. Roll a investigation check to track some prey down. Or no, roll a perception check to see if you can find anything first.
3.
A 3? Unfortunately, nothing available seems to present itself to you currently. So you sort of wait under this overhang. Are you going to set it up for a lengthy stay, or
Just for a short time, I don't want to stay around in a place too long.
so you sort of wait in the overhang for a little bit? You're noticing that at this point, day is slowly turning to dusk. What do you do?
I'm assuming that constitutes as a short rest.
Yeah.
Well, at least I hope so.
You have to tell me if you're resting prior to it, but you haven't really found anywhere to rest. You've just sort of been trying to find things. It's taken a few hours for you to move around this wildlands and attempt to engage with any creatures or in this case gods.
Okay. Well, first thing is, I'm gonna have to find something to eat. But I don't want to run a dagger yet. Because that will spell trouble.
Roll a perception check.
15.
You do find something. A small wild boar sort of streaks along the path and begins trying to dig up a couple roots, see if it can gain some nourishment. It's about maybe 60 feet away that you can see this sort of shape between the trees. How do you approach it? You go in an eldritch blast blazing, or
I guess I'll try and. I need to think of a better way than just going head first, because if I do something recklessly, I'm just gonna get Agnes's attention unnecessarily.
so you're going to sneak up on it? Roll a stealth check.
16.
You begin to approach the ball. You get about 70 feet. 50 feet, 40 feet, 30 feet. Hasn't noticed you. Crawling through the brush almost silently. 30 feet to 20 feet. Into 15. Into 10. What do you do?
Is there anything about the ball or anything around that would warrant my attention of concern?
No. Just looks like a regular wild ball.
Okay. I guess I'll quickly hit it with the sword.
To hit?
Okay. Oh my god, that's a nat 1.
You sort of swing, and the ball sort of hears the displacement and goes and sort of charges away. Begins trying to run.
And I quickly swing.
Yeah, swing again.
Not 20!
Roll your damage.
Oh my god.
So after the ball sort of becomes aware of your presence, begins to try duck underneath you, and then you swing the sword back across it. You manage to hit it right in the throat just as it runs past.
I just double the damage, right?
Double the dice, yeah.
Double the dice, okay.
Yeah, so the numbers on the
So
dice
then-
are double those.
So I got 2d4 and 2d6.
not your modifiers or your
Yeah.
or your special effects from the sword.
So I don't
Just
add
the
an extra
damage.
D4?
No, you add your extra like cosmic stuff. So the way your
Okay.
crits work, right, is it's the weapon damage that gets doubled, not any of the additional stuff that gets added onto it.
Like
So
the
these
modifiers.
extra D4, they don't apply. You still roll them, but you don't double them.
So I still roll 1d4, but not 2.
No, you don't roll 2d4. You roll 1d4, and then you have...
Yeah,
so you roll
that's
your
what I was
weapon dice.
making sure.
You roll your weapon
of.
dice once, and then you double the total of that. Then you add your modifier, and then you roll your 1d4.
Okay. Plus the modifier. 16.
16 damage.
Mm-hmm.
The ball collapses next to you dead.
Okay.
You take it back to the little underpass ledge that you had found. You sort of begin to fashion a fire. Roll a survival check.
Oh, yeah, because I excel at those. 12.
You do manage to make a small fire. Sort of manage to carve off a couple pieces of meat and attach them to pointed sticks that you've quickly carved using some daggers. Whatever little pocket knife that you carry around. Manage to whittle a sharp appendage in order to let the meat rest. And you sort of pluck it into the dirt over the fire and let it sort of cook. This is a waiting process that sort of brings you from dusk into twilight and then into night. And as you're waiting there for about an hour, just sort of slowly watching the meat burn and the juice and blood sort of drip from the now dead boar. You hear your own voice in the back of your head begin to interrogate you. What are we doing here?
The only thing I can do.
We can do so much more. We were in a place where food and life was at least abundant, where we could have survived. And now we're here in this realm, a place where we don't belong. Gods.
We really belong anywhere.
We belonged at home, mother and father.
Couldn't go back.
We could have hidden. We should have thrown away that glassy shard when we found it.
What would that have done for us?
It wouldn't have brought on this madness. We wouldn't have to be here, hunting down a great god of beasts. And then in time, a god who sees everything.
Well, we're here now. The only reason you're here is because of them. Because of
The
the
reason we are
sword.
here is because of them. So we should have hid, at least in the Colossus where it's safe. As soon as we found out the miracle was gone, we should never have ascended further.
You call the Colossus safe? It's not safe.
Safer than a realm full of gods. Do we really think that we can kill Agatha? That we can even rend a single drop of blood from her? And furthermore, what happens after? When we become gods? What then? We were trying to escape the scholars. We've done that successfully now. We should have rested. followed that band of fools.
Who's the fool? Me or them?
Us. Soon as Serena died, we should have ran. Soon as Quint died, we should have ran. These people bring unending danger. Their connections with the gods make them targets.
We're probably targets.
By proxy. We could have hidden. Abandoned the sword. We could have lived at least a decent life.
I think that's good enough.
It could have
There's
been
nothing
great.
for me there.
There's nothing for you here either. The miracle is gone. Now we're tasked by it to what? Get it back? Kill everything we care about?
Always get what I want, can I?
What?
Can't get always what I want, can I?
You can't if you keep doing the work of others. When are we going to be allowed to be self-serving? When are we no longer going to be dragged around by the choices of others? The wheel said we get to make choices too. But you haven't made a single one that benefits us. You've thrust us into even more danger. You've threatened our lives countless times. And for what? What goal are we working towards? We're going to die, and you'll be the one who kills us.
Sitting and doing nothing.
Is it? When nothing means we get to live? When we aren't fighting for our very existence? Do not lie to yourself. We had these same thoughts in the war. What was it for? When we were sending soldiers out to their deaths, we knew that people were going to die, the greater part of the nation. And we were finally given the chance to sit idly by and allow the world to keep going until we finally passed fat and happy.
Does that really mean I'm gonna be happy if I do nothing?
Means that we get to live amongst the
While
companions.
While the people I care about that are actually gonna do something.
We didn't care
Live
about them
on.
then.
You didn't care.
We didn't know them. And why would we? Their very representation, their presence, it means death.
Regardless, we're gonna die. I'm gonna do something if I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do something with it.
What?
Whoops. That made no sense to me. I said it, and it's like, hang on, that doesn't make sense. If I'm going to live, I'm gonna do something with it. There we go, that's better.
Then why does it have to be battle? Or war? Why can't we just have sat there, drank tea, done anything? We now have the power of the arcane. We have a sword that can cut into the layers of dimensions. And we have friends who are going to get themselves and us killed by proxy. We're going up against the very material essence of chaotic destruction. The very driving force of change, the thing that changes the world infinitely and forever. And we're going to stand up in defense of it.
Change it too. This
And
is
why
my choice,
do
not
we?
yours.
It is our choice.
You're just the thing the scholars put in my head.
Scholars never put anything in your head. This is our head.
Stop it.
I've been here for millennia. Just as long as you. You only started to listen when you made it so.
No.
You had to
You're
go
just-
mad to hear me.
No. Stop. You're just the thing the scholars put in my head, so stop it.
You've gone mad, Aeyier. You aren't thinking straight anymore. I'm trying to keep us alive.
Being alive.
You're trying to throw it away.
If I just throw it away, living on my with you.
Then we'd survive.
Survive and living are two different things.
You are standing in front of a spear tip, and you walk into it, allowing it to pierce you and impale us. You are walking into death.
At least I know I did something. Just sit around waiting for what you want.
What is the point of doing anything if it's not going to be accomplished? If it means we're going to die, is the risk not too great? Can you not see that?
The soldiers did the same thing.
And they were
Difference
fools.
from what I've done.
We got to sit in the back lines.
I didn't. I'm not just gonna sit in the back lines. I will not start now.
It is safer.
Safer doesn't mean living.
No, But it
Doesn't
does
amount to
mean-
anything.
but it does mean we don't have to lose anything. We've lost so much. And you are teetering on losing our mind as well.
Who said I had? Who said I hadn't already lost it?
As you say that, you hear a rumble. And a giant boar, scarred, covered in massive patches of lost hair, cuts and bruises, spears and arrows sticking out of its back. Horrible glowing red eyes, massive, gnarled tusks. Standing at well over about approximately like 15 feet tall, 15 feet wide, and about 20 feet long. You immediately feel the same presence as you did with Agatha. And you assume that this is her.
Yeah. I said later.
She hasn't noticed you yet. What do you do?
Well, stop talking is a good start.
Mm-hmm. That has stopped, as you've noticed her.
And she is where exactly in relation to me right now?
About 30 feet away. Just sort of pushing past the brush, crunching away at the roots and sort of stepping ominously in a straight line. This huge beast.
Trying to think what's the best course of action. Mine's just try and take a couple swings at her, but oh.
Are you going to attack it?
I think the best course of action right now is to use Blink.
Okay. You cast Blink. You still have a turn, and then you have to roll for Blink at the end.
Oh yeah. Do I still at the an action?
Is
or
it bonus action or an action?
No, it's action. So.
Do you have a bonus action to use? You can only use cantrips or whatever other bonus actions you have on your sheet.
I'm just trying to think what to do.
What are you gonna do?
Hexblade curse, please.
You put on the Hexblade's curse,
Mm-hmm.
and then roll for Blink.
That's a 2. I don't blink.
You. Nothing happens. What does the Hexblade's curse do? Is it start of my turn or end of my turn? The start of your turn.
It's a constant thing. It adds my proficiency bonus to damage rolls, and I crit on 19s on attacks on that target too.
So the same sort of cosmic dust, this nebulous-looking mist, sort of swirls around it, burning at it in like a solar flare. The boar sort of turns to you and is going to charge. Does a 28 hit?
Yes.
You take 32 damage.
Yeah.
As this boar collides with you, an explosion of rock and dust, wood splinters exploding and rupturing around you as you've been absolutely just thrown back into the rock. It is now your turn.
Okay. Oh, it's right there. I don't like where this is going already. And how close is she to me now?
She's within about 5 feet.
Going to use my necrotic shroud.
Okay, roll necrotic shroud.
No, you have to roll the saves. Yeah, it was 15.
Okay, and what's the actual effect?
If she fails, she's feared. Otherwise, it's a no, and the transformation thing happens.
Okay, so you succeed on your transformation.
A turn, I can add necrotic damage equal to my level.
So you spin out the sort of spectral wheel begins to turn behind you that flames as you sort of enter this sort of cosmic starscape-looking form. Agatha is actually immune to fear as a condition, so
it doesn't matter even if
I won't have to. Yeah, even if
add
I roll
damage.
I
can still add damage once a time.
Yeah. So, do I still need to roll? Is there any other effects, or is it just fear?
It's just fear.
So Agatha is immune to the condition fear. So you successfully do that. That's a bonus action to transform, or an action? That's an action to transform.
Action, yeah.
Okay. Then you have a bonus action.
Eldritch Blast?
Yeah. Within 5 feet, you get disadvantage on these rolls.
Okay. We'll risk it because I have Repelling Blast. I can push her away 10 feet for each hit.
Okay. Roll your Eldritch Blasts.
At disadvantage. That's a 9 for the first one.
That's a miss. It hits her in the hide, but
and
doing nothing.
Both rolls were shit for that one.
And then roll for Blink.
Okay.
So the Blink cast on you, you just have to successfully.
12.
You do Blink? Is that what happens? You blink?
Yep.
11 or higher? Yep. So blink out of existence. Agatha doesn't seem to know where you are. Because she can't see you, she's going to hold her action until she can.
Okay. If I had to put myself behind it?
10 feet. 10 feet is how far you can blink, right?
Yeah.
You can blink, like, next to her. She's longer than 10 feet.
She's gonna hit me! I don't like where this is going. But yeah.
You sort of blink back into existence, sort of next to her with your sword. She sees you and attacks with her tusks. That's going to be a natural one.
Oh, thank God.
That doesn't hit. She sort of swings. You manage to duck underneath, tearing into some of the trees by the side. She sort of flails around wildly, trying to hit you with her tusks, and it has missed you entirely.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Oh, wait. I think... it doesn't say it's a concentration spell, so okay. Can I cast darkness on her?
You may.
Okay. That's both my spell slots for now, since I took a shot there.
For your darkness.
Yeah, I cast darkness on her, so it'll be concentrated on her.
This orb of inky shadow appears and consumes Agatha.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Any of your bonus actions?
Yeah, just throw it those Eldritch Blasts.
Yep, so throw out 2 more Eldritch Blasts at disadvantage. You're right next to her.
Oh, doing this way again.
Yep, she's
That's
within
a
5 feet.
17 to hit her.
Okay.
I did not.
That does not hit.
Okay, number 2. That's a natural 1.
It's a miss.
This is going way more out of control than I thought it would.
2 Eldritch
Like
Blasts swing from your hand, both sort of hitting against her hide, not actually successfully piercing it.
Okay, roll
blink.
for blink again. 15.
You blink. Agatha again, hold her action until she can see you.
She can see through magical darkness.
She cannot see through magical darkness, no.
Okay.
And you... She seems to have made this fight at least fair, taking the form of a giant ball instead of her natural godliness. You reappear behind her this time.
If I can, please.
What are you going to do?
Swing the sword like a man.
You're going to swing into her? Alright, roll to hit for both swords.
Would that be with advantage because she can't see?
That would not be with advantage, no.
Okay, thought I'd check, but I'll roll both. No, for both. One was
No,
a
for
natural
both.
1.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So neither of them hit. And sort of clinging off of her thick hide. Zach, remind me, magic darkness doesn't affect smell or touch?
Doesn't affect smell or touch, no.
She can smell you, so she's going to kick you with her hind legs.
Oh, okay.
Trample. That is a 15?
No.
You actually see her rear up and like a shotgun, displacing the dirt beneath her. Completely missing all of you, luckily. Sorry. You have your bonus action still.
Right. Might as well try for Eldritch Blast.
Roll Eldritch Blast. Disadvantage, because you're in melee.
Oh, one of them was a net 20, and that's a 17.
That's a miss. Straight off with the hide. Oh, second Eldritch Blast.
Oh, that. Another 17.
Straight off with the hide.
Oh my god. Roll for blink again.
Roll for blink.
1.
You do not blink. Agatha can smell you now. Roll a perception check.
Me.
No, me. That's a 9. She can't actually pinpoint your smell. Seemingly the cosmic essence seems to be fiddling with the air displacement and such. So she's going to hold her action until she can smell you or see you. And she's going to try to walk out of the magical darkness.
Move with her.
That's an opportunity attack with your sword.
No.
What was it?
And that one.
Doesn't hit.
Oh my god, this is chaos and I love it and hate it at the same time.
She managed to successfully walk out of the magical darkness, not being able to see into it either.
Walk out of it if it... How can she walk out of it if it's pinpointed on her?
Oh, it follows her around?
Yeah.
I thought it was just like in an area where she was. So
Oh, I can't
area.
because...
You can't like attach it to a creature, can you? You can attach it to it, so it goes with her. So she turns to walk out of the magical darkness, but it follows her.
Yeah, I would try to read it. I was pretty sure you could.
These horrible guttural pig sounds, frustrated as it can't get out of this magic darkness. To which you can't see.
God, I
end
remembered that part
turn.
right.
Zach, you're up.
Going for the swords again.
Yep, just where you are. You're not going to move.
Yeah.
You can try to stay out of a melee now that she sort of walked out trying to find you.
Yeah.
So you slice using the dimensional properties of the blade, allow you to cut from a distance. Roll twice.
One is 13 and the other is 24.
24. Both miss.
Oh my god! Are you saying I need at least an 18 to hit her?
Both miss. And you've sort of failed that. You can try launch Eldritch Blast.
Yes, please. They won't be at disadvantage, will they?
They're
Both
not
are
going to be
20.
at disadvantage.
They both are 22.
Neither pierce. Agatha's going to roll perception, see if she can find you. She can. And then she's going to roll a charge.
Wait, I have to roll blank first.
I'll roll blank.
15. I blink.
You blink just as she finds you and charges into another massive stone jutting out of the ground and immediately collapses it, shattering trees and fragments flying around, seemingly frustrated that she can't find you in this magic darkness. Then you blink back in.
Wing again! Because, oh my god, this is what my life has come to.
Ed?
The highest I got was 22.
Both streak off the back of her hide. Roll your blast.
Blast!
Eldritch Blast.
No, neither.
Shriek off your hide.
Oh my god.
Roll for blink.
Nine.
You doesn't work. I'm gonna roll perception. She can find you. Gonna roll charge. Does a 15 hit?
No.
Again, you managed to just narrowly jump out of the way as she to another part of the rock, absolutely decimating the small clearing that you found yourself in. Collapsing stones, rubble exploding everywhere. This is a real monster of a creature. You are within 5 feet. It is your turn.
Okay, can I use my healing hands on myself?
You can. It will be an action.
Yeah, it is an action. So I'll do that to gain 7 hit points back.
Mm-hmm.
And foolishly try to Eldritch Blast with disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? Oh, there. Oh, I dropped one. That's a 10. So no.
Yeah, both miss. Both miss?
No, that was the disadvantage one.
Roll.
16, sorry.
Miss. Again, both hitting her up against her very powerful body, exploding into magic, seemingly ineffective. Roll for blink.
No, I'm not blinking.
The blink magic sort of fails in this chaos. She's going to try to find you. She does not find you. So she's going to hold the remainder of her action until she can discern your location. It's your turn.
Okay.
You're going to move out of the 5-foot range, so you're not disadvantaging on your Eldritch Blast.
If I do that, she's going to have an... Would she have an option?
She wouldn't. She's blind, and she doesn't know where you are.
Oh, I figured she would be able to because of her other senses.
No, so you're not directly touching her. She can't hear you, and she can't smell you right now because she failed that perception.
Yeah,
So
I'll back away a bit then.
How far are you moving? You reach up to 30 feet away with the sword and your blasts.
Yeah, just 10 feet, please.
You just move about 10 feet away. Backing up, so you're about 15 feet away from Agatha, no longer within a melee range. She can't seem to find you. She's stomping. Sort of wave of destruction around her.
Let's go for the sword again.
Go for roll to hit.
Neither hit.
Both streak off a hide yet again. Roll for Eldritch Blast.
What's with my attack roll? Jesus. The highest is an 18.
Yep. Both miss. Roll for blink.
3. Oh my god, I'm being betrayed.
You don't blink. Again, the magic power fizzles out. It's gonna roll. Fuck! Alright, perception doesn't work. She can't find you. She's gonna hold her action so she can see you. She's stomping around.
God. Like I said, this is chaos and I love and hate it.
Stomping around, destroying the environment, trying to find you. Attacking wildly. Actually, because she's attacking wildly, I'm gonna make you roll a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. That's a 6.
You do manage to get clipped by one of these. Does a 16 hit?
That's my armor class, so yes.
Yes, it does. Okay, you take 21 bludgeoning damage as a hoof manages crush into you.
Okay. Jesus. She's only hit me twice. I'm down to 12.
Retreat is an option.
Yes, I'm going to do that because Jesus Christ.
Seeing the situation.
This is a bad situation.
Seeing the situation unfold, you do manage to out of existence using the last little bit of your blink and teleport away as you sort of run into the forest, leaving Agatha to smash into the ground and destroy her environment in a chaotic, destructive tantrum, stomping and bludgeoning things with a massive tusks, ruining everything around her. You manage to... You're running for hours. Till you finally get to a place where you think you're far enough away for her not to see you. Power of your magic now dissipating. The blink finally fades. You are weak and tired. Sort of in the midst of this jungle. What do you do?
I'm gonna find somewhere where I can just take a nice long rest.
You find a small spot in a tree, and you said you're going to try for a long rest, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This is a bad decision, but I don't have much for me.
Okay. Roll 2 hit dice, please. Oh, sorry. Roll your whatever hit dice you want to roll. But you only managed to get a short rest in before you hear the thundering get closer.
These rolls are not liking me. I feel like I'm going to use all my hit dice just to get some semblance of health.
Stomping of Agatha. A bit of ways in the distance, but it seems to be getting closer and louder. You see trees in the distance. Collapsing.
And all my hit dice. Lovely.
Okay, what do you do?
She's stomping around, so hiding is going to be a bad move.
Try.
I'm gonna hide out of the range of her tantrum.
Roll a stealth check.
16.
I will roll a perception check. Okay. You hide under a mess of brush. You sort of cover yourself in moss and dispel the sword as not to give off any light. And Agatha. Sniffs the air. A 14 doesn't hit you, does it?
No.
A big hoof collapses through the rock. And you see this giant boar staring down at you, seemingly of being able to discern your location through smell. Combat has yet again begun. Agatha has taken her action. It is now your turn. You have no spells.
If I took a short rest, I have them all back.
You have all of your spells back? Okay, you have your spells.
Yeah, I'm a warlock, so that's convenient. Being a warlock gets me back my spells once I'm short
How many
rest.
hit dice did you use, by the way?
I used all of them.
Okay.
Because
So
I just rolled garbage.
you have all your spell back. What do you do? It's your action. The dead of night, this creature burning red eyeballs staring at you. unyielding hatred, this relentless wave of destruction now following you wherever it needs to.
Okay, so... Oh, I did not add that. Thank you, Connor, for that. For that actually would add quite a bit. Anyway, sorry. Casting darkness on her again. That
Okay.
pissed her off so much last time.
You cast darkness on her. You have a bonus action.
A bonus action. Hexblade's curse is going on her again.
Okay. Hexblade's curse has been applied. That same nebulous cosmic inky fire kind of smoke begins coalescing around her. You have a movement. You are within 5 feet.
Okay.
She has detected you on this round, so she will be able to make an opportunity attack.
Can I just take the dodge action with that movement?
Yes, you can take the dodge action, which means this next attack. I'm going to roll perception. I have found you. Okay. And that is a 10 with disadvantage, nat 20 on the other. Oof.
Thank God.
Oof.
I cannot afford a hit.
Don't get your hopes up. It's still a dirty 20 to hit.
I know, but still, that nat 20 would have fucked me.
It would have killed
reckon.
you for sure. So she's going to do another trample. She's going to try stomp on you. She has hit a dirty 20. So I'm going to roll damage now. Ugh. All ones. That sucks. Okay. 18.
Oh. It's still bad, but thank God. That's low.
Create this. You don't actually get hit with the stomp itself, but rather the rock and stone that she's just crushed manages to hit you in the skin, dealing quite a fair chunk.
Not the same system again, so blink, please. Otherwise, I'm not gonna blink, please.
Use blink. You cast blink on yourself. That same sort of void energy begins to coalesce around you as you begin to start blinking. You have a bonus action.
Eldritch Blast at disadvantage.
Roll.
No.
Both miss.
Hang on. The highest I got was 19.
Both of them miss.
17. Sorry. I'm
both
fabricating numbers now.
Against her hide. She lets out a roar. She can't see you, so she's gonna hold her action.
I have to roll blink anyway.
Doesn't matter, she's not gonna hit you. Roll blink.
That's a 4 anyway.
Doesn't happen. Well, she's gonna hold her action, so it's your turn again.
Wait, she can't. She hasn't found me, so
she failed a perception check. Yeah, so
I move back.
How far?
5 feet, please.
5 feet. Okay, so you're 10 feet away. Why? Can I ask why you're so close to the giant, horrible boar? Is there a thought to this?
I'm just not sure if I want to be out of the range of the darkness.
Oh, okay. Right. She can't see through magic darkness. You can tell that, because otherwise she would be able to see you in the darkness, right?
Yeah, okay. We'll back up. The maximum I can back up there.
So 30
which would
feet.
Be 30.
So you're about 35 feet away.
No, 25, please.
Okay, you back up 25 feet away. So you're about 30 feet. So 5 feet of movement. It is your turn. I believe you have an action and a bonus.
Sword, please.
You strike with your swords twice. These cosmic
both are 22.
Tearing into space, not actually managing to cut through this really thick boar hide, this callus of creature.
Can I roll at least an 18, please?
Eldritch Blare.
Yep. Let's go again. One was a nat 1 and the other is a 16.
Both miss. She's gonna roll to detect you. She cannot do that, so she's gonna hold her action until she fucking
Oh wait,
can.
I didn't roll the thing.
Roll your blink. Doesn't matter. She failed the perception.
I failed that anyway.
You don't blink. Your turn again. She fucking failed the perception check.
On.
Just so lucky her wisdom is like -2. What was that?
24.
24. Oh,
Is
that's
the
a
highest.
miss.
Okay, Eldritch
Managing
Blast.
to squig. Eldritch Blast.
Why do I need to roll so high just to hit her? No, the highest is a 22. Jesus Christ.
22. Oh man, both miss. She's gonna. You gotta roll blink.
All right. 7. Oh my god.
You don't blink. I'm gonna roll perception. Fuck off. I can't see you. Okay. All right, it's your turn again.
This is just an infinite loop. Can I hit her, please? Roll a 19 or a 20, please. 18 plus 7, 25. Please say that hits.
Hits.
Thank God.
All damage.
Okay. I wasted my crit on a regular ball.
The one crit per session that you get, yeah.
That is 10 damage.
The ball rears back. You slice directly into it. Golden Icarus blood spills out. At that moment, the darkness is dispelled. The blink is dispelled. And you hear Agatha's voice. Well, it would seem that you have bested me far sooner than I had intended. Very good work.
God, that wasn't easy.
It wasn't meant to be.
I know.
The intention was for you to fail. You should be proud of your success.
More relieved at the moment.
Come then. Partake in my Aeyier.
I'll do as she says.
You managed to scoop up a bit from the wound that you had given Agatha. She's sort of kneeling down so that way you actually can reach. You pick up and you begin to drink. Do you drink one handful?
I'll just do as much as I deem necessary.
And how much do you deem necessary?
That's the thing, I don't fucking know.
It is thick and gooey. Roll,
Okay.
and if you're just gonna let me pick the number that Aeyier would find necessary, I guess roll me Arcana. If you're not gonna pick a number.
9.
Think you can get away with 4? How much do you drink?
You know what? I'm gonna take the guesswork out of it. How much, Agatha?
As much as you feel is necessary.
Oh my God.
What do you think you've earned?
One. God.
You're gonna take 1?
Yep.
Okay. So you drink a single handful. Agatha's wound then closes. and her form changes, begins to swell and then shrink, and then recontort back into her original sort of ghastly half and half form. Very well then. Congratulations, Aeyier. You have bested the mighty Agatha in great combat using tricks and spells. But I suppose I wouldn't expect anything different from a warlock such as yourself.
I'm sorry about that.
And you are humble. Have pride. You've defeated the strongest amongst the gods today.
Thank you.
Well, we should head back and wait for your companions. I had intended for this to be a weekly endeavor at least. But you managed to best me within the first night. Suppose your inability to run away from danger is both a blessing and a curse.
You can't run forever.
You can't. As you guys begin to walk back, Aeyier, you feel your very center change. And your voice begins to sort of attack you. What have you done? We can't go back now. What have you done?
What I deemed necessary.
This was not necessary. You've
don't
now
think it-
sealed our fate. You have taken away every choice we had left. A slave to fate.
Still have choices. They're just mine, not yours.
As you say that, your body changes. Again. Sort of grow into yourself, and the old clothes that you were wearing begin to slough and almost seemingly change into a new sort of spectral armor made from various blues and greens and yellows and sort of fusing into this sort of neon starscape. Various sort of silvery platinum metals begin to form around your arm into a gauntlet. Your hair begins to become a Milky Way, a galaxy of different starlight. Your eyes itself begin to glaze over from that white. The pupils begin to expand and turn black. And the stars begin to spot into your eyes. The centers being galaxies, spinning around in its infinite. The sword choice that you have wielded, it begins to change again in form. The blade itself becoming much longer, and the pommel and everything becoming sort of a platinum-y white with black glass orbs. The blade itself pointed and long in its form. The hilt also growing into a two-handed sort of essence blade. The actual 18th spoke, the mythical power the wheel had given you, the shield, begins to flare up into this light, this beam of starlight, and it sort of begins to surround you, and you change. You are now a 20th level warlock.
What?
And you have...
What?
You are a 20th level warlock, and you have a new godliness about you. Congratulations, you are the first to have ascended.
Oh my god!
And so I'm going to leave it here for today with your one. I'll let you do all your level ups and all that stuff.
Oh, my heart is racing after that. Oh, jeez.
Setting your new level 20 Aeyier up.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. This is, like I said, this is the most chaotic session, and I both loved and hated it.
As you sort of become this divine goddess of yourself, Agatha turns to you and asks, "What is your name?"
I'll stop.
I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up so I can actually.
Yep.
So Danny can isolate the audio and pick up when I actually start explaining the scene to you. So can you not?
Yep.
Danny, keep this bit in. Okay. Quint, you're walking back with Solomon. Him sort of trudging. You keep pace with him. It's been fairly quiet. You managed to, just talk about a couple silly, frivolous things like, why stone is the way it is and all the types of rocks Solomon likes. He's named every single one, from granite to basalt. He's named every single rock, stone, or pebble you could possibly come across.
So, birthstones, is that an actual thing, or is it just made up hooey?
No, that's, it's a sort of superstition like the Zodiac. Doesn't actually bring any bearing into your existence as a whole.
Okay. So, always thought, I don't know. I mean, if you were to have a birthstone, what would you want it to be? It's been a while.
That's a very good question, actually. I think personally, I would like some nice slate.
Pretty good stone.
Yeah, slate stone would be pretty good. We're talking about gems and whatnot. Yeah. I think perhaps I'd, I don't know, I fancy myself a little bit of quartz. Very malleable, very usable.
Yeah.
Not particularly the brightest, shiny little bit of thing, very common, but,
yeah.
Sometimes it's nice to feel the same.
So, just to know, with quartz, isn't I've heard this thing, someone smart told me this, is amethyst just quartz, except purple?
It's a derivative.
Oh, okay. So,
derivative, yeah.
Alright. I recently picked up a bunch of pretty stones while I was somewhere in the Colossus. Do I still have those, or are those all Serena's?
You do have those.
Okay. Let me see. Maybe you can help me identify. There's 16 of them.
Yeah, a couple diamonds, a couple bits of regular old rock, a couple bits of emerald, sapphires, sorts of regular ones. You got some amethyst there, as you mentioned.
Oh, nice.
Is that an opal? That's an opal right there, big chunk. Aquamarine, a little bit of lapis lazuli. Yeah, a fairly decent collection of stones.
All right.
Couple gems, a few rocks.
Gotta definitely make something out of these later.
Potentially, yeah. Good for arcane conduction, actually, these things.
Really? I've never really had to use gems with the spells I know, so...
Yeah, well, no, it's mainly for anchoring a spell in a specific location. There's Ruby, for example. I could chuck in a couple bits of fire into that, and then pow! Creates all sorts of fire explosions. Of course, I can create an infinite slew of gems almost instantly, but, still a useful form.
That is really cool. You gotta teach me how to do that.
I don't think you can.
No.
Rocks and stuff are kind of a thing.
Yeah. Still trying to figure out what my thing is.
You haven't figured it out yet.
There's, Hector gave me a lot of metal, a lot of burns, and not really him, but the demons of his realm did.
Yeah, a bit of a rowdy bunch, that lot.
Yeah.
People would stop opening dimensional rifts into the underplane. Perhaps less demons would emerge through and attack the innocent, but, Hector doesn't really have any control over any of that stuff. He's more like a glorified prison warden. Kind of has to keep him there. That's his job.
Yeah. So, you were buds. Or at least I heard you were buds.
Yeah. I do like Hector a little bit. I tend to get hyper-focused on a few projects and pick up ones and I lose ones and all that stuff. But I think we're friends, yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's how artists work. I think.
Yeah.
Wait, real quick, because I'm a little curious, and you're a lot older than the other gods, and maybe you can answer this a little bit better.
Yep.
How do they die? Like,
that depends. They can be killed, obviously.
Like anywhere.
To which they... Well, yeah, if they're entered or Illuminati, they're mortal. Again, they do so through the purviews of actually entering and dropping off the edge of time through the river that runs through it, and of course, re-entering the realm as a mortal existence, or by transferring themselves into a rebirth cycle in which they are then born, and then they find out their godliness at around the age of 18 or whenever their maturity is. And then on top of that as well, they can also be killed up here by another god, specifically. Mortal would never be able to do it, neither would Shade. We can get injured for sure, but not killed.
Okay.
The third, potentially most devastating, is obviously when we sort of lose evidence of our existence in the mortal plane.
Oh. Is that what happened to, the corpse?
Igmund, yeah.
Yep.
Well, he was teaching the rest of us how to sort of make shapes happen. I sort of worked in practical stone shaping masonry. Hector had a much more interest in the finagling of trinkets and tinkering, while my old mate Aeyier, met her very briefly, sort of had a affinity for textiles and carpentry.
So he was just out of the job?
Well, he was teaching us, and we were, we had to practice, so we did so through mortal means, teaching the mortals how to do it in ancient times, and obviously then we had to learn how to do it ourselves up in the gods' realm, shaping and doing things. And I guess through a couple millennia, when they started to assign each of us as the gods of that specific individuality, and Igmund sort of just faded into nothing. He never told us that he was dying because the mortals stopped believing in him.
That's a little sad.
I think he was just proud that we were.
I mean, it's sad, but, I guess he lives on in you guys.
Suppose. He always had a big fascination with being a part of the divine material workings. I don't think living up in a conceptual existence such as this was anything that he particularly liked or enjoyed.
So, I guess my next big question is, so he died fading into non-existence, but his corpse is still here. Why is that?
Well, the corpse still being here is obviously we've derived it as a fact that he wasn't actually killed. He's the first god in my experience, at least that I've seen, that had faded into nothingness through forgottenness, as you murmur would leave behind a corpse. I mean, does that when human mortals die?
Wait, why would Irma live behind a corpse?
Well,
is she dying?
Well, yeah. She's only got one left.
Oh. Oh no.
In the entirety existence of mortal kind, she's only ever got one. Soon the blood will run red, rage will catch up to her, and then she'll
be gone.
If Serena dies, yeah.
If Serena dies.
Yeah, the floaty one you told me about.
So I never said she was okay. I don't think she's been flirting with me, but...
Yeah.
I mean,
I would assume so. Got fascination with her, so...
I mean, she's She's pretty.
You don't need to explain it to me, man. I know what love feels like.
Oh, do you have a lover or someone?
There's someone I care about very deeply, yeah.
I don't want to be nosy, but can I ask who?
She's very far away. Say, you'll meet her eventually.
Like,
without a doubt.
Like, how far are we talking? Like,
she exists so far beyond the pinnacle of a pantheon that she seems almost like a god to gods.
Oh, am I being too nosy? I don't want to offend you, sir.
Yeah, it's not really an offensive thing. It's more so it's a difficult relationship to describe. There's not been really any reciprocation, which is understandable. She's a very busy woman, but well, I don't even know if she was a woman. She's she reigns over a particular sect of things that have a span of existence, while mine exist constantly and forever unchanging.
Oh, so
very different.
So, I'm just trying to think of what to do in this situation, like that's
situation.
This situation. Other than immediately go, that's rough, buddy.
All orcs. That's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy.
Fairly common then.
Yeah. So, I heard a rumor that you made the moon. Is that true?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, I made it for her. My Lelure.
Oh, that's real nice. And how does she feel about that? If you don't mind me asking.
She likes it. She stays up there all the time.
Oh.
Creates a little garden. Little garden of mortal things.
So, why aren't you up there?
It's not my place. It was a gift. It's kind of like building a house for someone and then going and living in it.
I mean, you did say it wasn't reciprocated, so I can understand.
She's potentially the most busy out of all of us.
Okay, I'm not one to beat about the bush, but who is it?
Lelure.
Who?
Lelure.
That doesn't ring a bell.
Lelure? That's her name.
Lelure.
Yeah, sits on the moon, deals with mortal things. Lelure. You guys would know her. You practically see her every day.
This doesn't... Does this ring a bell, DM?
Nah. I have no idea who the fuck this is.
I don't know how to tell you this, but I have no idea who that is.
What other gods that you know?
I know you. I know...
Yep.
Hector.
Yep.
Gwendolyn.
To me, Solomon.
Solomon. You,
God of stone.
Yep.
Hector, god of metal, war, and demons. Yep.
There's Gorm.
Yep. Gorm, god of judgment and lightning. Mm-hmm.
You just found that out recently, I'm assuming?
Well, I knew of her.
Oh, okay.
Never met her, but I knew of her.
Okay.
Still haven't met her. Liked her.
Yeah, no, she's you know, I didn't really like her that much at first, but over
He has met her, he just doesn't know it's her.
Is that can I tell that or no?
Yeah, fucking the fact that he said that he's never met her kind of goes like,
but we
just met her.
You just met
She was with me.
She was with me. She was right there.
What?
The lady who was with me when we met.
That's not Gorm, that was Maul. Gorm's a god, mate. Don't know how to tell you that.
Did she,
What?
Okay. Explain it to you this way. Servain, remember him?
Yep. I know him. Yep.
Yep.
Got a charity and mischief.
Is that? No, that's his domains. I was always told fairness.
I mean, charity, fairness, same thing, really.
Okay.
What's fair, what isn't? Sort of doling out little glimpse of luck to people who might need it.
Alright, that's... Okay. This is honestly the most
A little bit of good
theological...
fortune, a little bit of misfortune.
Yeah. He,
Keeping that balance.
he got blamed for a crime by Hercdes. And,
Right.
Gorm,
As you said, yeah.
Gorm had to carry out the judgment.
Yep.
And because it was a bad judgment,
Mm-hmm.
Gorm, took the crime, had to become mortal for a little bit.
Ah.
They're on their way to get their, Gorm's Aeyier to make her back to normal.
Right.
Which,
That's why they get no Aeyier, is it? Right.
yeah, that's, Quint just sort of like goes wide-eyed. Should I have gone with them? Should we have gone?
No, you would have been killed. For sure.
You know what, I'm not going to even debate you on this one. And I have died quite a bit.
Yeah.
Other gods I know.
Yeah, you look
Irma,
like it. Yep. Dreams.
Dreams.
Mhm. Dreams, memories, that sort of thing, yeah.
Apaya, which I haven't met yet.
Knowledge, yeah. Knowledge, artisanry, arcana.
Unfortunately, I met Hercdes, which we've already talked about. I think I've listed all...
Guidance, merriment.
I've heard of Greedo, but we haven't met
God of
yet.
life.
Then there's
That's Lulure's brother.
Quint, with his little knowledge that he has on religion, be able to pinpoint who Allura is now.
Lulure, yeah.
Allura. Oh, and Luminarch now. She's known as Death.
Yeah, goddess of death.
How?
Lure.
I don't want to be nosy. Like, how? Why? How? A lot of the 5 W's really.
What context?
God of masonry and whatnot.
Yep.
Fall in love with the goddess of death. That's a story I kind of want to hear.
She has a fascination with mortal things, but obviously mortal things dissipate, and with time being a strange concept up here, I figured I would give her something a little bit more permanent. So the first gift I made was a little marble rose, and she lit up, loved it more than anything. After that, I realised, I like that. So started making more. Another one, and then moved into a bush of lilac made of stone. And then I started creating little puzzle boxes that she would play with, and then eventually, through time, I've moved on to make the moon. So with good soil, I should be able to plant real roses on, but it's still a permanent place.
So
that way, when things would inevitably perish, she would still have the moon to put more.
So, if you don't mind me asking, what is the relationship now? I know you made the
move. You're very busy, and I'm only around every now and again in terms of a mortal sense when things are getting made. The initial creation of mountains or rock forms and caverns and caves that put metal in the earth and help it grow.
Okay. So it's just...
So, I've got a lot of free time, but she's usually free when everyone dies in a great genocide and the world is being reformed and all that. So we miss each other quite a bit. She's very busy in the few million years that existence carries out.
Okay. So it's just timing, I guess.
Yeah, she's been dreadfully busy throughout this whole crusade genocide thing that's happened over the past 1,000 years.
Wait.
Yeah, a little after you entered the Colossus.
I'm sorry. How long have I been in the Colossus?
About 1,600 years, maybe. 1,000 years-ish.
Could you give me a moment?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Everyone I knew was dead anyway. Yep. It doesn't feel very... Wait, no, the two little dwarf brothers, oh, they're probably dead. Yeah, they're probably dead. Oh.
Yep, they're super dead. I don't know who you're talking about. They're probably dead.
Oh. I mean, that's the last... Oh, the bartender who gave me the black eye, he's gone. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yo, like, I liked him, even though he punched me.
I don't know who you're talking about.
No, it's fine. It's at least the people who are important.
I have no concept of who you're talking about.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm having a cry. It's a mortal thing. I'll probably get over it.
Yeah, more than likely, yeah. You'll realise, but probably shortly after another genocide, you'll probably be like, oh yeah, it's fine, whatever happens.
Oh, real quick.
Yep.
We've
got time.
Yeah. I bet. Just advice on a few things, if you could. You seem like a wise fella. So, I've talked about Serena.
Yep.
She died. Or at least for a little bit.
Yep.
And, I've been carrying her bones, which isn't a good thing. Now that she's back.
Okay.
She wasn't sure what I should do with them, and I'm not sure what I should do with them either.
Right.
Do you know maybe a willow tree we could put them under, or...
Nope.
Do you know anything about trees, or is it just rocks?
Not a clue, man.
You have any advice on what I should do with these?
Nah. We could eat them.
I don't think I can eat bones.
Let me try.
Like, I've tried it with animal bones, and it hasn't really sat well.
Yeah, well, don't eat them then.
Okay.
You could eat them.
Okay.
I don't know what you do with bones. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine.
You could turn them into a nice stabby implement or a mantelpiece thing. Chuck them in a river. I don't know.
I'll figure it out later. Thank you for your help, at least.
Sure.
They're
just bones, right?
Yeah, they're just bones. They're,
Based on what I can see from these things, these bones were very, I've got a lot of sadness in them.
How can you tell that?
Just the shape of them.
No.
The shape, the way they burn so willingly. Bones don't usually burn very much, much. Try to my bones, and, they don't really catch.
By the way, what is Solomon like? I know he's what was or is a dwarf.
He looks dwarvish. Yeah.
Yeah. Is his like? Does he look like a meat human, or is it? I'm sorry, meat dwarf. I guess. Or is it like stone like skin?
He's a very dark-skinned man. His hair looks very chiseled and stone-esque.
Yeah.
The armor he wears sort of has the texture of stone but moves like regular fabric. Very weird sort of look to him. His eyes sort of purplish with black in the center. Wielding obviously that big stone staff that reaches a little taller than him.
So, I guess I got two other things to ask you. So Hercules has the miracle.
Yeah, sure. I think maybe. I don't know.
Probably. It's not where it's supposed to be.
Yep.
I don't know if you had any say so or help in containing it in the first place.
I just made the physical aspects of the glosses and then the other realities that sort of go into a sort of shaped stone in there, and then Hector filled it with all sorts of MacGuffins.
Okay, so you were the architect, he was the interior designer.
I suppose I did create a lot of the anchors that sort of hold the dimensional rifts in place, and obviously the sort of containment vessel that the miracle would be able to sort of rest on.
Yeah. How does one even go about, like, I don't know, like, if gods can even hold the thing? From what I've heard, it's been described like fire before.
It sort of merges itself into your veins, which is why we had to sort of create, that's why we had to use Igman's corpse specifically, so that way it would be absorbed directly into him when he reached for it, and sort of hidden within the vessel.
So
think of it like a big zombie robot that we utilized to grab something so we didn't have to be absorbed and consumed by the power of change.
Okay.
A conduit.
Alright, like
Yeah, it's the bones and capillaries obviously would absorb it into the heart, and then the heart would pump that into the brain. Obviously we had to remove the brain, so we replaced it with sort of ventricles that sort of hides and contains it and sort of mimics the brain, so that way the blood flow, or in this case miracle fire, would sort of sit and rest upon it.
That is incredibly cool, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. I wasn't always the smartest. I'm not an idiot, but
when we grab the fire, it invades our entire body. And
yeah, no, I got that much. I got that much.
Yep. So we used a dead body to do the same thing. Yeah, you used
the dead body. Yeah, just to absorb it instead of everyone else having to deal with it.
Yeah, because if we then contained it, we would then have the infinite power of change, and then we would actually descend anyway into the god realm and potentially kill us. But if we had something that was sort of in between the divide, we would be able to confuse the miracle's infinite, providence, omnipotence, that sort of thing.
Oh, I'm starting to get it.
Yeah.
Quint gains +1 intelligence now.
Quint gains -1 intelligence.
Alright, and that's my int is kidding. So I guess if it's been stolen away, how okay. Just so I can get into the head of someone who would have taken it.
Yep.
How would you have gone about it?
Well, I would have nicked it and then not told anyone that I nicked it.
Oh, so he's just holding it like an asshole.
Well, he's obviously done something very different, considering that someone took the blame for it. And now he's on the top of the pinnacle. I assume his motivations be a bit different than mine. Mine would be to create new, different rock formations and stones and stuff without having to be mortal.
I And
But
his
I don't know.
is
I could never really
causing...
see a use for the miracle. I think he just wants power.
It's just being
It
a
is-
right dick.
It is a infinite cycle of change that will occur, and obviously the flame in part to that obviously is a sort of glorified reset button that can sort of influence the way things look in the next life, in the next world, or the current one in a sort of sense. It's kind of like holding a little spectral ball of fate.
So he controls fate. That's...
Yeah, in a sense. Obviously he still has to do very much time sort of changes. Things only think of it like a math equation. Change plus rather time plus events equal change. That's sort of how working backwards it would have to work. Change would then have to divide into the two different things, time and events occurring, incited by him, and sort of for him to incite change and then create new things when time is right. Very finicky process, but only something that is possible with the divine infinite power of fury of the miracle's fire.
Quint.exe loading. I get a rough idea of what's going on then.
Yep, holding big ball of fire means he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, basically. I got that much.
He controls mortal reality, and that translating into godly stuff would mean that his own, I guess, physical godliness would be enhanced millionfold.
Which I guess brings me up to my last point, I guess. I'll admit something to you.
Yep.
I'm a little afraid.
Yep.
Like, I used to not be afraid to die, but, you know, I mean, I've done it a bunch of times. They really shouldn't be.
That doesn't change the fact that you're afraid of death, because each time you've come back, when does that stop? I guess is the next thought you'd be having.
No, it's less of that. It's maybe it's more of I got people who care about me. It's the last time I died.
Yep.
It's it hurt people, and I don't want to be that burden.
I mean, it's not really a burden. It's going to happen anyway if you look at things through the sort of ventriloquial mortal perception. Death is something that's inevitable for a lot of you, and it's going to be sad. But you know, your lives are so short that you can grieve almost immediately.
I mean, I've already drank the Aeyier, and I don't know if when that takes an effect, or if it does. It tasted not very good. Like, I've had blood before. It's way more metallic-y than normal blood.
Yep.
Couldn't remembering a lot of smoke bad.
Yep.
There's There's gotta be a way, because I'll tell you right now, my job when we have fights is Serena can't take a hit. Drosk can take a little bit more, and so can Aeyier, but I usually take most of the hits. Because I can take a punch. But
surely that's not all you amount to, though.
No, it's not all I amount to. I give people strength, I guess. I can be their strength.
It's not your job to be someone else's strength. If you do that, then you rob them of the opportunity to figure things out for themselves and learn what they want. Standing in front of every single punch that comes their way isn't going to teach anyone anything. Did Hector not teach you this?
Yes, he did. I just have to keep reminding myself of it. Depression's a bitch, I'll tell you that right now.
Right. I don't know what that is.
Oh, you would not like it at all.
Yep. Sounds like it would stunt your growth.
Yeah.
If you're worried about others a bit too much.
I need to get better. God, how am I going to get better?
Well, it's hard. You've got to take care of yourself one day at a time. That's the easy bit. Doing it every day, that's where it's a bit difficult. Doing what's right for yourself, even though it's difficult. Leaving certain people behind and trying to develop something a little bit more positive. Fighting against an oppression or a constant that you've simply grown used to in time. Not justifying your actions or the actions of another person who's hurt you. There's lots of different ways. But most of it is just sort of leaning back, letting life happen around you and watching it happen and taking a step toward what you want. So I guess the question is, what do you want?
I want to be burdenless.
Then
I want justice.
When you say that your body changes, it's warm but not hot, and it's cool but not freezing. It sort of fluctuates between the two different heats. You swell, and the plate mail that at this point had been sealing you in clatters to the ground, into the snow. You emerge from it.
Was it painful or no?
No. You emerge from it. Blue eye, red eye, and then a third purple one, sort of embedded into your forehead. Tusks still sort of short, but their same sort of salt and pepper hair now kind of grown out a little longer. You've sort of got on your person just very long blue and red sort of robes tying into each other. And as you begin to sort of tense, the robes sort of fold out, sort of coil around your neck into a blue and red cloak, separated into the two of them, and black, purple armor begins to sort of melt out from your pores and sort of seal into this heated plate mail. Both of your hands are free, no longer gloved. The black hand obviously now returning to a regular fleshy state. No scars, no plating, no metal embedded into your skin. The arm that the blue eye is attached to, I believe that's your right arm, is that correct?
It would be
the blue eyes on the right and the red eyes on the left. Yes.
Yes.
So
one of these days I'll learn.
The right arm's plate mail, sort of this. Again, it's black with sort of bluish tinting to where the plate would meet the joint, and sort of coming up to the pauldron, which is a rounded sort of bowl shape, cupping the shoulder. And on the left side, where your red would be, where the black hand used to sit, has turned again. It's black and such, and the trimming of it is now sort of this deep red hue, which again curls up into the pauldron, into the joints, and down the center of the armor. Each of the trimming where the plate meets another joint or another piece of the plating, the trim itself has gone purple, a very deep sort of gradient between the two, leading down to your feet. You no longer wear boots; instead, you're barefoot, sort of against the snow. The clutch of the ground beneath you, giving you feeling into it once again, and the shape of the helmet as it begins to sort of creep around your face forms a single sort of flat carving around your face. You no longer have a mouthpiece over it. Instead, it's just sort of like nowhere where you can open your mouth. It's simply just that, and each of the holes in where your eyes would be, all three of them, with your sort of tusks protruding out of these little pockets for you at the side.
Mm-hmm.
Then your cloak begins to flame and billow into the respective colors, sort of meeting in the middle on a purple.
It's fucking red.
Oh, there you go.
What? I'm not even gonna ask.
You should.
I just became a god, didn't I? Yep, I'm a god. I'm the god of I'm the god of justice.
And we're going to end it there. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome back to my wonderful Journey at the End campaign. Drosk.
Hey.
You and the witch mother Irma are traveling out of the Aetherian wild together as the remainder of your companions who have climbed up the corpse colossus with you. Quests that they have to do.
Mm-hmm.
Agatha had deemed it necessary that you and Irma travel through the edge of time until you reach Sylvain's black vault to gain the last piece of your power, the last thing that Sylvain had left for you to inherit. So currently you and Irma are currently walking through. Irma's hair is slightly more parted, being that she had used a little bit of it against Herctes's shades. She is currently traveling with you. She's rather silent right now, as you're traveling through these lush, beautiful jungles of various different colors in the Agatherian wilds, as it slowly begins to shift, as the will of the Edge of Time begins to change. Drosk, what would you like to do?
Oh man, like isn't Hercules like the sun god?
Herctes is the god of guidance and the hunt. He is the one who has been found out to have stolen the flame of the wheel.
All right, because I don't know why. I don't know what
himself. He's somewhere in here. He's in the stone temple, which used to be Gorm's place, and he has managed to seal it off, or rather, the gods have none of their will wanting to go there, considering how powerful Herctes is at the moment.
Every time I hear of Herctes, I think of Apollo and the how he drives the sun across the chariot, and I don't know. And hearing
Herctes, he's an Apollo type, but he's
I know,
he's a
and
bit more of
like,
an asshole. he's like
I know.
he's like a shitty Dionysus. You know,
I
think
know,
of it
like
that.
I know, but the thing is, like, you hear him, like, hearing him have say, like, oh man, he has shades, and it's just like, bro, he rolls the sun. Of course, he has shades. He'll be blind otherwise.
Fuck you, man. Come on.
I'm
You
messed.
remember the horrible little like autumnal
Yes.
minions that you guys fought.
Yeah, no.
Tried to kill you.
I'm just trying to loosen up a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no. So I'm walking with Irma, right, and it's just very, very quiet.
Yep. You're walking with Irma. You kind of just found out about the whole like thing of like, okay, we're gonna try and see if the other gods want to come with us to Olympus Mons to fight Hercules at the Temple of Stone.
Yeah, the others are gonna work on that, and I just gotta get jacked.
Yeah, basically your deal is Sylvain. It's alluded to that Sylvain, the now dead god of charity, had left something for his inheritor at the Black Vault, which is his realm in the Edge of Time.
All right.
It is decaying because of his thousands of years of absence, but it still exists, persisting somehow.
So I'm with Irma right now. I used to, and Irma was one of my character's favorite gods.
Mm-hmm. She was one of the ones that helped you through childhood. Yeah.
But she stopped talking to me.
Not stopped talking to you. You used to just have like pleasant, like dreams and whatnot, and you stopped receiving those kinds of dreams. It was sort of like lucid, comfortable dreams.
Yeah. So Irma, I guess to start off, thanks for the dreams when I was a kid.
Of course. I don't have a particular send. I just sort of release the whispers of dreams out into the world, and people that need them take them.
Really? People that need them just take them? That's how it works?
Typically, yes. I don't find anyone, well, in particular, unless they've the means of becoming witch or possess arcanum in some facet.
Like Serena, right?
Serena was a divine individual that served directly under Hercules. Her family, despite her not knowing, was originally that of sort of Wiccan types that sort of got inducted into the church, and their views on arcanum became a little bit more divine, such as the corrupting light of Hercules. But for all intents and purposes, I found her because she had suffered a great loss and needed somewhere to be that wasn't there.
I'm sorry if I'm digging into things that are not my business.
It's okay. You know, you'll be joining us hopefully at the end of all of this. So
hopefully.
Yeah, well, you know, there's always the chance that the power of the miracle that Hercules holds is far exceeding any collection of gods. It is the fundamental laws of the cosmic change, cosmic wheel, after all. And he wields a micronym of that infinite power, which is still infinite. Just less infinite. Magic is hard.
Hell, yeah, I can understand that. It's confusing as hell too. So, hey, Nifty, character question real quick.
Yeah.
It was during this talk when I found out that that thousands of years have passed, right?
It was in the Agatherian wilds. Either it was Danny. Put something on the screen. You fucking put something on the screen and remind us. But as far as I recall, it was either when you were talking to Hector before meeting Agatha, or when you met Agatha.
I could have sworn that this was touched upon like with Irma, but it was touched upon like right when we were arriving at the place.
Yeah, someone told you. One of the gods told you. It's been right.
It's been like months.
It's been a few months.
I know, like we can interrupt things because it's just a recording. So
yeah. Danny, fucking chuck in the disclaimer. I'm pretty sure it was either Hector or Agatha, but it might have been Irma.
Well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out in the.
Danny will put it up, but for now I'm going to say it was either Agatha or
all right then. We'll leave that one.
But
alone.
Irma was definitely present.
Yeah.
This is something that you know.
No. I guess getting back to what I started out with. My mom and I looked up to you a lot actually growing up.
Your mother.
Mm-hmm.
I see. You're not native to Comwildja, are you? You're Vaxus.
Yes.
Right. Yes. My power was larger there before Hertes pushed the war a little harder.
Unfortunately, I also had to leave due to personal hardships.
Yes, I can understand that.
If you're familiar with orc customs,
I am not, to say the least. I am the inventor of the threads of Arcanum, less of any particular race, rather all people who practice pulling at the threads of mana and Arcanum in the very world. I weave them from the light of the moon, allow your kind, I guess, mortals, that is to say, to practice this. And those who practice this in a more religious facet will become usually a cleric of the twilight or dreams, for myself.
Understood.
But I am the weaver of Arcanum and dreams, mother of witches. So less of a people person, more of a laws of the fundamental world that you understand it.
Yes.
The mother of orcs, actually, I'm not sure if this is known as much anymore, is Agatha, King of Beasts.
First I've heard of it, actually.
Really?
Actually, hold up, Nifty. Scratch that last bit.
Roll a religion check.
Yeah, because I don't think, if I'm coming from orc tribe and stuff, I think I should know something like that.
Yeah, roll a religion check to see if you can recall.
I have a 13.
Mm-hmm. You recall something about Agatha and orcs being intrinsically linked. You remember, actually, you do recall a lot of the male orcs in your tribe actually had tribal tattoos of boars running down their shoulders and chests and backs and such. So you do remember some stuff there, but there was a few different gods that were worshipped in your particular tribe. Those being, of course, Irma and Agatha.
So considering my conditions at the time in the tribe, what markings did they give me?
You never got a tattoo. You were too young, and you did not do your test, your tribal sort of like coming of age thing.
Luckily.
Damn, bro. Cock blocked out of my culture.
Yeah. I mean, it's a survival thing.
I know it's a survival thing, but god damn, bro. That would have been some good loss of self-image.
Good lore. Yes, the King of Beasts, Agatha, is the progenitor of orcs.
Yeah.
Do you know the story about how your people came to exist? You're actually quite late in
I was very young.
development.
I was very young and not very well developed for that.
I'll be happy to tell you the story.
Shoot.
Lovely. So,
no, I'm sorry. Shoot.
You're just hanging out with your aunt. Pretty much just your cool aunt.
No. It's just no. I just say shoot, but then the black arrow goes off by accident.
Yeah. The roll of Constitution saving to see if the black arrow goes off.
Shoot. Okay, let me. Nat 20. Nat 20. I'm fine.
Yeah, it like pokes through the skin, and then you just like push it back in. You're just like, oh, hold on.
Shoot. Sorry, my vocabulary almost got me in trouble.
That's okay. That's fine. It happens. Magic items, they're weird. Sylvain is always cheeky like that. Right, and she actually gathers up a bundle of hair and kind of gets out like a kind of moonstone brush with these like glass bristles, and she pulls on a length of hair, and these sort of turquoise teal kind of like cyan hairs all spin around, and the environment around you sort of changes into like a memory, a dream almost. And you see a dark kind of like forest. There's no like visions of men like building massive cities. Golmaldra and Vaxus haven't been established yet really as countries. This is early in the world of the Luminox original like stages, these primordial phases of existence. And you look around and you see these sort of dark forest with mossy everything. Everything's very overgrown, very lush, very untouched. And you see 4 humanoids, 1 dwarf and a wood elf and 2 humans. They're all running through the forest. They're very lightly dressed. They're wearing like animal pelts and leaves, and they have like very archaic ropes and the bows, and they're not even using swords. They're using clubs and sharpened sticks, like very caveman-esque kind of thing. And they're walking through. They're talking a very ancient language that you wouldn't be able to understand. But they are hunting this elk, like this beautiful, massive elk, and you sort of are kind of watching this like movie happen around you. They managed to kill the elk, and as they're beginning to skin it, one of the dwarf cuts into the belly of the elk and opens it up to remove the guts. And instead of seeing guts, you see a fully grown 6'8" orc crawl out and just bean this fucking dwarf in the head, killing it instantly. It grabs the elk's head, rips it off the body, and uses its horns as a weapon and kills all of the humans and the elf in the area. And then the scene shifts to a plain. They're chasing a pack of wolves. They, with another collection of a few humans, they manage to kill the wolf with a bunch of these wooden arrows. They run up, they carve open, same thing happens. Massive female orc this time comes out and slays humans. Unfortunately, this orc dies. And you see a few more of these scenes of a very common theme of men cutting open the stomach of these beasts to gut them, and an orc climbing out, a fully grown one. And Oma begins to explain. Because of the way the world worked, when Heracles joined us in the previous age, he encouraged the hunting of Agatha's beasts, and
the men and elves and dwarves of your realm did not respect the life that Agatha had brought to you all. So she began to plant your kin inside of the guts of her beasts to perhaps teach people to be a little less horrific and murderous of her wonderful creatures. And it worked for the most part. Eventually, obviously, as all things do, this fell into myth, and your people eventually began to learn to procreate like normal. And that is the origin of the orc kind. We were not one of the first walking races, but rather a sort of preventative boogeyman story. But Agatha loved you anyway. Decided that she wanted to keep you all people around. I would estimate that is why Hertes hates goblins and orcs and ogres, because they are all kin of Agatha.
Oh man, that's quite a lot to take in, really.
The origins of the world are interesting, and I hope that once this is all over and done, we'll be able to show you how a world starts anew.
I'd like to see that if I make it.
If we all make it, love.
Yeah.
Truly is something to behold.
How far out are we from the vault?
You actually see you sort of in the snowy wastes with the river of time sort of flowing in between the two of you. You're in that sort of snow-fallen area that you are where you originally came, except you're nowhere near the head of the Colossus this time, the exit point into the edge. And you guys are just kind of walking through this very dismal, sort of cold, snowy environment. It's a weird... Make either a religion or an arcana check.
Oh man, a religion or arcana check. Okay. I guess it doesn't really matter. A 9.
Okay. You don't know. You don't know when you left the jungle, the Agatherian wilds. You don't know how to get to anywhere in this place.
I mean,
as far as you can tell, you can walk in any direction and just end up somewhere. So, you get the sense that there isn't really a route to go. It's just kind of like walking until the intention of the place that you want to go kind of sets in. But it takes a while to get there. It's not like traveling the mortal plane where you walk in a certain direction and always end up at the same place. This is kind of like a place of the world literally changes around you based on where you want to be. It's a weird.
Is that actually what it is, or is that just how I perceive it?
That's kind of how you perceive it. Whether or not that's what you is, what it is unknown to you because you rolled a fucking 9. That's how you understand how this world works. You kind of just walk in a direction wherever you want to go, show up eventually.
It will show up eventually.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you and Irma are walking through the cold, snowy place at the edge of time.
What? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I didn't say anything. I just said you were walking through the cold, snowy place at the edge of time.
Yes. It's just there was silence. I wasn't sure if we were moving on to the next scene.
No, just letting you know where you are.
All right. Quick question. How do people get around in here?
Depends on where you want to go and whether or not you're invited. Usually you'll set your intention on an environment and walk there. And if it exists, eventually it'll show up.
what about getting invited? Who invites?
Well, usually the presence of gods is a very big thing. You know, we're quite, how do you put this? Powerful, receivable. There are certain entry conditions that only those who are invited will know about. Unfortunately, considering that there's no one there to invite us at Surveillance, we just kind of have to wander until we get there.
All right. How much farther out do you think we are?
No idea. Genuinely no clue.
Oh wow.
It's just sort of whenever we get there, we get there.
That is not comforting to hear.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want to say to Emma, or are you just kind of going to travel until you reach you need to be?
I kind of got nothing else to say, really. I mean, I hit all the spots, and well, at this point, I've kind of already got over. At this point, we can safely say Drosk got over his trauma already, right?
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And like we've already, and even if he didn't, we already touched down the dreams and such, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I think we're fine to move on.
Great. So you and Emma kind of walk in silence for what feels like hours and hours, and eventually the environment begins to sort of change from the cold, white snows to this black, volcanic glass-looking place. And all of a sudden you are indoors. It looks like there's 4 walls, a ceiling. In here, these big sort of rectangular, like prism pillars, some knocked over, suspended like chunks of this obsidian glass are floating and decaying, which in almost like slow motion, like years could pass and only a small modicum of it would pass. And in the very center, you see a giant sort of golden rat skull on the far end of this sort of cubic prism, this sort of enormous rat skull placed in the epicenter of this place. Roll me a perception check.
Okay, perception. Where is it? Here it is. Another 9.
Okay, well, the first thing that you notice is that Irma is no longer standing next to you.
Yeah. I should have expected that.
So you are in this place. There's a lot of like different pillars and knocked over things and suspending chunks of this place in the air. What would you like to do?
So they're suspended in the air?
Mm-hmm. There's some things that are suspended in the air. There's pillars around. There's places to climb and hide behind, but the only things that you could really climb, you have to make a couple acrobatics checks or athletics checks to try to jump.
I want to climb.
Okay, great. Roll me a acrobatics or athletics check to like jump up the suspended sort of like chunks that are around.
I'm taking a look through my stuff. Okay.
You're a rogue, so I think your acrobatics is better.
Oh no, it is very good.
Because you don't have any, like, all these surfaces here are kind of like glassy, so you're not going to be able to like find any purchase on the walls or anything. So you're literally just like jumping on like suspended pieces of stone to try and get to another one.
Okay. Second story word. Ability to climb fast is normal. I still have short. Alright, let's go for the acrobatics check. 14.
Awesome. You jump up a couple bits and pieces. You manage to get to like the middle comfortably after jumping up like 3 bits of rock. You're suspended about maybe 30 feet in the air on this like sort of floating chunk of stone that kind of wobbles as you jump on it. Roll me another perception check.
9.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Oh no, like that's actually the good roll because the other one was a nat 1. Was a failure.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You don't see anything. What else would you like to do? You just see the big
What?
golden.
Is that my goal? Is that my goal? I guess I'm going to try ahead. I guess I'm going to try ahead. I guess I'm going to try ahead to this golden skull.
Roll me another acrobatics check then.
But I want to take a. I don't want to go straight to it. I want to take a. I want to like jump around. You know, like circle around.
You kind of have to. There's the way this is like set up, like is very unintentional. You're jumping on pieces of suspended rubble in the air.
All right.
So
okay,
go ahead and roll me another acrobatics check.
All right, let's go. 17.
Great. Yeah, you managed to get a little bit closer. You're now suspended about 60 feet in the air, right in line with the golden rat skull on the other side of the thing. You're roughly about 120 feet away from the rat skull, but you're confident that with enough parkour, you should be able to reach.
All right. I want to take a moment.
Yep,
I want to take a moment. I'm just going to take a moment, crash down a little bit, and just focus a little bit.
Okay. Roll me a flat wisdom check.
Flat wisdom?
Mm-hmm.
11.
Okay. Roll me a perception check with advantage.
21.
You see something moving in the darkness below you.
All right.
You don't know exactly what it is, but you sense that you're not the only person in here, and whatever you saw wasn't Irma. She would have made herself known. This thing is trying to hide.
Does it know I'm here?
Roll an insight check at disadvantage. This thing is
6.
It's hiding from you. You only got a glance. You don't know. You can't be sure if it has. You can't be sure if it hasn't.
All right, then. I want to roll. Can I roll a stealth check?
Roll me a stealth check, please.
28.
Give me 1 second.
Can I?
Sure.
Let's see. What's the stealth suits? Yeah. Let's go. Can I activate stealth suits as well?
Yeah, sure. So as a bonus action, you activate your stealth suits. The shawl that is surrounding you lengthens into a long cloak. You become hooded. A little rat skull mask appears. Just a very small little golden rat skull appears. And you're now shrouded in a long black robe that kind of wisps around.
That sounds cool. All right. Hide as a free action, regardless of whether or not you're engaged inside or otherwise notified enemy hiding in plain sight. Okay. All right. I'm gonna wait.
Activate your stealth suits. Yep.
Yeah, I activate my stealth suits. I'm gonna wait and I'm gonna listen.
Okay. Roll me a perception check.
4.
Okay. So how long are you waiting for?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
So you wait with your stealth suits activated. I
don't hear anything. I know. I can tell.
Yeah.
That.
You don't hear anything. You feel behind you, and you turn around and you see this long, lithe, black, kind of wolf-like thing made out of this sort of black, ebony, sleek metal. This thing doesn't have any eyes. It has like a single mouth that opens and these long sort of black claws. It's covered in these like long black bladed looking things, and it kind of just prowls on the piece of rubble that you're on.
All right. I'm going to roll an acrobatics to gently jump to another stone.
Okay, sure. Are you going to try to do it stealthily?
Yes.
I'm going to need you to roll a stealth check at disadvantage.
Oh
first.
wait a minute. It says I gain the stealth suits gain advantage on
So
stealth
just
check.
be a flat roll. Just be a flat roll.
13 stealth, but 25 in the acrobatics.
So you manage to jump, but you see the creature sees you immediately, using its lithe ability. It jumps after you. It's going to make an acrobatics check. Sees. So you jump on a large piece of rubble, and it jumps above you, about 20 feet away, and it is going to dash to attack you. I'm going to need you to roll for initiative.
Alrighty. 16.
Awesome. So because you were sort of expecting to be hidden from this thing, the creature actually does manage to run at you, this large creature, sort of like metallic monster. It runs at you. It's going to make a bite attack first. So that is going to be a 21.
That hits.
Great. Bite attack, 2d6. 1 second. Sorry, I'm just getting my d6s out. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. 6 plus 7 is 13. So it jumps up and bites you with its claw, with its these fanged mouth that begin to spin and gyrate, and you take a total of 13 slashing damage as it sort of carves into you with a sickening.
Do I have my reaction still?
Revolve around its jaw. You do still have your reaction, yeah.
Let me use. I'm going to use Uncanny to dodge. I'm going to have the attack, have the damage.
Awesome. So you take 7. 7 damage.
I forgot to heal. Do I just keep the health I had when I opened up the sheet?
No. You go back to full.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. All right.
It's then going to make 2 claw attacks. So as you sort of uncanny dodge, it only manages to nick the suits. The wispy black shadows dissipate and then reattach. It's going to attack with its claws. Does a 25 hit?
Yes.
Great. Okay, 9 plus 7, 16. So you take 16 slashing damage as one of the claws slash right into your side, and it's going to make one last attack. Does a 20 hit? Dirty 20.
Yes.
All right, this one's significantly less damage. It does a total of 11 damage as it slices into you and that is going to be its turn. It is within 5 feet of you, and it's kind of hunched over this mechanical defender almost. It is now your turn, Drosk. What would you like to do?
Do I see any? All right. I'm gonna change. I'm gonna switch it up a little bit. I'm going to change suits.
Okay, so that is a bonus action, I believe, right? Change armor suits.
I do not know.
It is I believe it should be a bonus action. So it's a bonus action that to change your armor suits.
All right. Yeah.
So what suits are you taking now? Are you taking armor suits or blade suits?
Wait.
You're taking armor suits?
Yes.
Oh, no, yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay. Awesome. So you take the armor suits, take the benefits. Remind me what those are again?
Let's see. My cloak becomes large, bulbous jacket covered in thick spikes. AC increases by +4, and my strength increases to a total of 20. The blade cloth now does 1d8 bludgeoning damage plus strength.
Okay, great.
So that might actually... So this thing's metal, right?
This thing appears to be made out of this black metal, yeah.
All right. Bludgeoning might be better than bludgeoning might be better than sharp.
Than slashing, yeah, for sure. All right, awesome. Great. So you've taken the armor suits, you bulk up this sort of swelling into this sort of muscular, like leather jacket looking cloak, and you still have your action. What would you like to do?
All right. Hold on, I'm just reading some things.
Take your time.
All right. I only have one action.
Mhm.
All right, and where am I in conjunction? Where am I in place with the monster?
It is within 5 feet of you. It has the high ground. You're on this like kind of like diagonal sort of slope of this like pillar that's been like displaced and sort of suspended about 60 to 70 feet in the air. The creature has just landed 3 attacks on you and is currently just like hunched over in a defensive stance, kind of like rearing up for another attack. Within 5 feet, you guys are roughly this entire thing extends up about 20 feet. You're about 10 feet away from the edge.
Can I disengage and drink a potion of healing?
You have used is disengage part of your movement, or is it a bonus action?
Okay, so it's cunning. I have cunning action. Starting a second, I can take a bonus action on each of my turns in combat. This action can be used only to take dash, disengage, or hide. Yeah.
So you've used your bonus action already, so you can't use your cunning action because you used your bonus action to change into armor suits.
Okay then.
So you can drink a potion, but you can't disengage.
If I drank a potion, would it put me in a bad spot? Would it open up an attack of opportunity?
No. You haven't moved out of its threat range, so it won't be able to make.
All right then. I'm going to use one potion of healing.
Awesome. All right. Roll your potion of healing.
How much is that?
If I recall correctly, the potions that you have are 2d8 because you got high quality ones. So it's 2d8 plus 4.
11 plus 4. I heal 15. So.
All right, 15. Great. So you recover those. Is that going to be your turn?
I don't think I can't do anything else, can I?
You have movement. That's it, pretty much. Yeah.
I'm gonna like put some distance between us.
Okay, well, actually, so it will. Yep.
If I stay still, would it have disadvantage in its attacks against me?
Is that one of your armor suit abilities?
No, that was a normal thing that can happen.
You can use your movement. You can use your movement to take the dodge action.
No, because I remember doing this a lot over in Connar's game. Where if you don't move, you can use a reaction to like essentially dodge and make their.
That's your you're using your movement, which is the dodge action. So your
movement for the dodge action.
Okay, then.
So you can do that, which means it imposes disadvantage on.
Yes, I would like to do that.
Great. Fantastic. So it has disadvantage on all attacks. Great. The creature is now, the construct is now going to attack at a natural 1. So its bite misses. Does a 22 hit for the second attack?
Is that the disadvantage one?
That's with disadvantage. It rolled a 10. It had an 18 and a 10.
18 and a 10, and the 10 is still 22?
The 10 is 22, yeah.
Alright, well, my armor is up to... it beats me. Yeah, it beats my armor.
Okay, so you're going to take a total of... you're going to take a total of 9 slashing damage as it slashes into you. The second one is going to be a total of... 18.
I beat it.
You beat that? Okay, so 18 as it scrapes across your leather jacket and completely misses its turn. That is going to be it. Can't do anything else. So it is now your turn.
All right, I'm gonna go on the offensive here.
Great.
So I'm gonna roll the blunt cloak. So is my blunt cloak? Okay, it has the +5 for my strength, correct?
Mm-hmm. +5 plus proficiency. So
All
your
right.
attack is strength plus proficiency, and the damage is a D8 plus strength.
All right. All right. I'm gonna roll.
Mm-hmm.
Does a 15 hit?
A 15 hits.
All right. Do 9 bludgeoning damage.
Awesome. So you manage to like wrench back and bam, club this thing in the face and crush it. You see a big dent in the side. You still have your bonus action.
I'm still gonna go on the offensive.
Yep. So bonus action, you're going to attack again?
Yeah.
Awesome. So you rear up your other hand with the blunt cloak. Go ahead and roll.
It's a failure. It's a 1.
It's a fail? Okay. So you swing, and unfortunately this time it manages to duck out of the way and skid off. It's going to attack now. You're using bonus action to dodge again, I'm assuming?
Yes. I haven't moved.
Okay, great. So that's an 8. So that is going to be a total of dirty 20.
Dirty 20 does hit.
Mm-hmm.
Because AC increased by +4. My AC is only 15. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it rolls 18 damage.
Uncanny dodge.
Okay, so half that to 9.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a miss. That's a 5, so 17. And that's going to be a fail. That's a 2, so 14.
All right.
So its bite manages to like buzz right into you with this like spinning, rotating jaw. And then it tries to swing at you with its claws, but both manage to skid off these massive sort of bulky spiked things as well. Are you also... remind me, your armor suits, does that have the thorns effect on it, where they take a d4 every attack that they miss?
It has. From how we put it in, my large bulbous jacket covered in thick spikes. My AC increased by +4. My strength increases to a total of 20. The blade cloth now does 1d8 bludgeoning damage plus strength. Nothing about that.
There was one that you should have added on there that lets you do a d4 as a reaction if they miss an attack. Oh, sorry, not d4, a d8 if they miss an attack. Piercing damage.
So can I just
roll that twice?
All right, let's just
you can roll
10.
that one twice. 10?
Total? 10 altogether. 10 all total.
Yep. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, so as it skids off, you manage to like kind of just jut out a little bit, and it gets hit by these spikes. It is now Drosk's go. What would you like to do?
All right. Let's down another potion of healing, and for another 2d8.
Yep, 2d8 plus 4.
2d8 plus 4, another 15. So.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna make another attack.
Yep, bonus action attack. Go ahead.
All right. 24.
24. Awesome. Yeah, that's a hit.
11.
Awesome. So you careen back and boom, impact the side of the creature. Its movement speed decreases a little bit. Its armor classes goes down as some plates hit the ground, and you see these like this sort of like silvery skeleton kind of held together by these like kind of chainsaw looking chains that kind of hang loosely. That's going to be your turn. You're going to take bonus action to dodge.
Yes.
Sorry, a reaction to dodge. Great. Awesome. Okay.
It's
I rolled two natural 20s on that. On the first attack. So that is going to be 10 plus 7. It's going to be 17 total. Uncanny dodge, I'm assuming?
Uncanny dodge wouldn't work because it requires... Well, no, because it requires a reaction to half the damage.
You didn't use your reaction yet.
I thought I was using the I wasn't using my reaction to get disadvantage on attacks.
No, that was your movement.
All right then.
You actually still have your reaction. It just means that you can't use your reaction to give the D8 damage back if you misses.
Then uncanny dodge.
Okay, great.
Was that you said it was 17? You said it was 17 earlier, right?
17 damage, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so uncanny.
So that's 9.
All right.
All right, 16.
Nope.
18. Oh, sorry, no. 14. Miss. No. Again, 2 claws come out. Roll 2. The only time to roll 2 natural 20s. This was a DM. It's bullshit.
So I can't use the effect because I already used my
reaction. Yeah. You use uncanny dodge. Yeah.
All right,
awesome. All right. It is now Drosk's turn. This thing is looking. It's still like raring to go and good to fight, but it's lost a little bit of armor.
All right. Let's go for 2 more attacks.
Awesome. Go ahead and roll.
17.
That's a hit.
13 damage.
That's a miss. Oh,
I said no.
Sorry, yes.
13 damage.
Yeah. Great. So roll me another d6.
4. So that's 17
right.
total.
So 17 plus 4. Yep. So wham! You smash it in, and because it's a little bit weaker, more armor plating comes off. The creature is now. It's got more exposed to it. Roll your second attack.
Can I, if it has more exposed to it, can I spot anything inside as a free action?
You can, not as a free action.
Okay.
Just looking at the creature, you can see that it's made up of this like kind of silvery, adamantine looking kind of stuff, and it's got like adamantine blades on the inside.
Adamantine. All right, let's go.
All right, roll another attack.
25.
25. That's a hit. Easy.
6 bludgeoning damage, plus another 6.
Plus another d6, yeah.
Yep, 10. 10 total.
10? Awesome. You wham! The creature is not happy. No more armor plating comes off, but it is a little bit more life, and it's going to attack a little faster now, so it has 4 attacks. Taking the dodge action?
Yes.
Great. That's a 2, so that's a miss. That is another 2, miss. So 2 bite attacks, miss. For 16.
16 misses.
Hit. 18
misses, and because that's the last attack, I'm gonna play my reaction.
Yep. All right, go ahead and roll a d8 damage.
6.
Bam.
Do I roll another d6 for exposed skin?
No. Oh yeah, not for this one. No. Because it's piercing damage, not bludgeoning damage.
That's piercing damage?
Spikes,
oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's piercing damage. The spikes come out and stab into it. It rears back, falls down on 1, stands back up. It's kind of like it's broken, not looking great. It's your turn.
Right. We're going to keep attacking this thing. So, 12.
Awesome. 12 hits. Is it reduced armor class?
That's a 10 bludgeoning and another d6. 11.
Yep. 11 bludgeoning.
11.
Wham! You smash into it again, exposing more armor off of it. It's now just kind of like this weird adamantine skeleton. Go ahead and roll your next attack.
23 with
23 hits.
23 coming in with 14 damage.
Awesome. Is that with the d6?
That's everything.
All right, get rid of the d6.
Oh, 11.
11. All right, roll a d12.
Oh, all right. It's that 14 again.
14. Okay, still 14.
Yeah. Hey, roll a d6. Roll a d6 for me. 3. Okay, get rid of that. Actually, roll a d12. Okay, it's still 3.
Imagine.
No, it happened. I don't need to imagine at all.
Okay, you're going to take the dodge action. It's going to take 4 more attacks. Okay, yeah, that's a hit. I believe that's a 21 hit. 22, sorry, 22.
23 hits.
Yep. All right, great. So that is going to be 2d6. 8 plus 7 is a total of 15.
We're going to uncanny. We're going to uncanny that.
Okay.
So
That's a natural 1.
So 8.
Yep. 14.
Hold up. Give me a minute. 14
yeah.
misses.
8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I know. 14 misses.
Yeah, another 14. Natural 20. I'm gonna be so sad. 17 plus 12. That's a hit.
17 plus
29.
29 damage.
29 hits.
Oh yeah, 29 hits. Yes.
8 plus 7 again is gonna be 8 plus 7 is 15. Take another 15 damage.
All right.
And that's its turn. Done. As it begins wildly just like grinding itself against you. You took uncanny dodge. It is now your turn.
Oh man. All right. We're gonna go same old.
Same old, baby.
25.
Hit.
10 with the D12.
Yep. 10 damages you. Wham!
It's 14.
14 hits.
Yeah.
14 damage total.
14 damage. Yes.
Great. Yeah, you just club this thing's head in. Go ahead and roll your second attack.
26.
26. That's a hit. Go ahead and roll.
We're doing 14 again.
14 again. Awesome. 14 total damage. How do you want to do it?
The kill?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, no. Like, all right. So like, we're bashing it in like right arm, left arm, kind of like beating a drum, and then finally once it's like that, when it's like a little bit down, and like once it's down, like confused or whatever, I'm gonna do like a nice little spin as I swing like my arms like kind of like together.
Mm-hmm.
As kind of like a golf club swing as I like smash this thing over the side back into the darkness.
Yeah, you whap and you just hear. And you don't see it anymore. The creature is no longer moving. And that's the end of combat.
Oh man. God, this is the one time the armored cloak actually came in use.
It's a useful thing to wear, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, like, yeah, no, I know. It's just like, most of the time, Drosk is always like high off the shot, but this time we decided to go with the direct, violent approach.
Well, yeah, you kind of botched the stealth check when you tried jumping to another thing.
But my checks were not. The dice were not good. The dice were kind of like okay-ish to me.
Yeah.
But anyway.
But there you go. We defeated whatever creature this was. It's gone.
All right. I want to. Is it before anything else happens? Can I take a short rest?
Yeah, you want to take the hour? Sure, take an hour.
How many hit dice can I roll?
However many you want to roll.
All right, let's roll.
There's no specific limit.
So
you get as many hit dice as your proficiency modifier. So you can roll that many hit dice. So
like, do I just roll a hit? I just roll a d8. Do I add anything on top of the d8?
Yeah, your Constitution modifier.
So that's an 8 plus my con, which is 3. So 8. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go again. 7. That's a 10. Uh, 4 plus 3. And how many did I roll? 1, 2, 3. So let's go one more. Oh, that's a shame, but it's fine. All right, that's enough for me. I'm going to switch off the armor cloak and put back on the shade cloak just in case. The
Yeah,
stealth.
the stealth suits. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my way closer to the thing.
Cool. Roll me an acrobatics check.
20.
20.
Awesome. Actually, wait. Actually, no, wait. I think I might have done that wrong. Yeah, no, it's a 15. It's a 15. I mistook
15?
it for a stealth check.
That's okay. So you jump in between shadows, and you manage to reach the golden rat skull. What do you want to do? As you're like right in front of it now, you've with a 15, you beat the DC to get there. Fine.
I guess I'm gonna like observe it real quick before I just go touching it. Like appraise
Sure.
it. Like I guess like appraise it. Like, can I roll an investigation?
It would not be an investigation because you are not familiar with any of this. I would say
I'm more so.
Me a.
Wait. Let me explain.
Okay.
I'm not rolling to like appraise the item. I'm rolling for that Indiana Jones secret trap stuff.
Oh, you want to check for traps?
Well, I mean, like, it's a vault. If I just grab this thing, it's gonna.
Yeah. Roll investigation.
Please, dear God. Nat 20.
Nat 20? Fuck. Yeah, this is a lock. What you see in front of you.
All right.
And as you're investigating it with a natural 20, you actually see something behind the lock go as you've activated it. And as you try to stand back a little bit, the rat skull opens up and bites down on you. And you are taken inside. You're surrounded in a bright gold room now.
All right.
There is there's armor stands all over the place with three. There's these armor stands, right? There are two armor stands that are just missing. The rest have black outfits.
Yeah.
All around. There is one that appears to be like a full body suit, kind of. It goes down. There's the same little rat skull on there. It's covered in these sort of like golden teeth looking things that kind of like layer onto the sleeves and all that sort of thing. It looks like a funky like two-piece suit. The other one that is directly adjacent from it is it looks like a cape, like a Superman cape. And where the cape attaches to your shoulders, there are two little rat skulls that act as little clamps with a hood that goes over it.
Yeah.
But it looks like a long sort of cape. And the third suit that you can see in this area is a sort of large kind of like it looks basically like a pair. It's weird, right? There's a bunch of little rat skulls onto it. It's covered in like wrappings. It looks like a straitjacket. Kind of with the black, and the buckles are obviously the rat skulls. And you sort of walk in, and those are the only three things that you see in this master room.
Okay. All right. Interesting. So if I give the room a whole sweep, I'm not going to find anything else but those three suits.
Yep. At a glance, you can tell this room is empty. This is what's in the vault.
Is three suits.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
One is like a fine sort of like two-piece business suit or three-piece businessman suit that has like little teeth coming out of like different places in it. The other one is like a cape, like a superhero cape with a hood. And the third one is basically just a straitjacket.
I'm
Black straitjacket.
I'm curious about the straitjacket. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
Is there?
So you approach that one?
Yeah. Sure.
As you sort of walk up into the room, as soon as you get into the center of the room, the jackets, your shawl, make a Constitution saving throw.
1. I got 1. It's a failure.
Natural 1? Okay.
Not 1.
You immediately like fall to your knees as the black shawl, its threads stretch out and snag all 3 of the different armor pieces and pull them towards you, unraveling them and like absorb them into itself. And you take during this sort of like feeding frenzy of your living shawl as it venoms out, you take a total of 13, 20 bludgeoning damage.
20 bludgeoning damage?
Yeah, as it kind of like rips and...
Dear
sort of,
God,
like,
thank God I took the fucking
around.
time. Thank God I took the time to fucking rest.
You take 20 bludgeoning damage as it kind of just absorbs everything. And once it's finished absorbing, you are all of a sudden in this just black plane of existence. And then you begin to see snowfall, and you fade from this black, and you're back at the edge of time. And Irma is standing next to you. Drosk?
Hey, where'd you go?
Where'd you go? We were walking, and you sort of vanished.
I guess you did explain to me that's kind of how things work.
I suppose, but I figured I'd be with you, just in case anything happened.
A lot of things happened, actually. I got to the vault. I got there, no problem.
Oh.
Kind of. Actually,
Right.
That's a lie. There were many problems.
Oh, right. Problems? Like,
He had
what?
a doggy. He had a metal chainsaw doggy, you know? Like,
I beg your pardon?
it's he had like an armored dog that like was made of chainsaw. Actually, I can't say chainsaw. There's no such thing as a chainsaw here. Like, what the fuck's a chainsaw? Listen, I got my ass kicked so hard.
I don't know what I would call it. It was like a chain, but it had saw teeth on it. It's like a chainsaw.
Listen.
Dumb. That's a dumb name.
I know, but point being, it was made of that stuff, and it was painful. Like,
yes, you look rather beaten up. You also got like a lot of bruises that look like recent as well on your arms.
Yeah, no. The costume decided to make a move for me, and it decided to essentially eat 3 other costumes. I just wasn't ready for it.
Okay. Serena was a very mysterious feller, so I don't remember him being a fashion type. But I suppose he and I never really spoke.
Listen, like when those 3 costumes jumped back on me, it was like I was a child. I was like I was a kid again back in the tribe.
Right. Okay. Let's get you back to the Agatarian Wild. Are you feeling okay?
I can walk.
Right. Let's go. And she does pat you on the back and casts a spell, and you gain a total of 49 hit points.
That literally brings me back. That literally brings me back up to full.
Awesome. All right. So, Drosk, you have now gained 3 new shadow suits that you can don as a bonus action. You have also, like all the others, have now ascended to full godhood and have reached level 20. So dole out those levels as you wish in your time. But if you could write these down for the armor suits, the new special suits that you're getting.
All right.
The first suit.
Give me a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, first suits. First suits. Let's go.
So you have the blade suits. The blade suits is effectively the 3-piece businessman suit.
Hold up.
Got kind of like the bow tie rat skull thing, and all the teeth sticking out of like the different seams in the area. The blade suit.
A 3-piece business suit. Custom
3-piece business suit.
with a rat bow tie.
Yeah, a little rat bow tie, little teeth coming off it. The design of it obviously doesn't really matter. It's more the mechanics of the suit.
I know.
So when you take the attack action, you can take 3 attacks on your turn. Each attack does 1d6 piercing plus 1d6 slashing plus your dexterity modifier.
Give me a minute. Each attack gives 1d6.
Each attack is 1d6. It's like the weapon is 1d6.
Each attack is 1d6 slashing?
Slashing damage, and you can take 3 attacks. It basically gives you multiple attacks.
So I can take 3 attacks on my turn. Each attack is 1d6 slashing damage, and what else?
Yes, so you have multi-attack, so you take 2 attacks on the attack action, and then you have your bonus action, which is 3 attacks. And it also does 1d6 slashing damage as a reaction when you take damage.
Slashing. So it also does 1d6 slashing damage upon taking damage.
That's correct.
And is that it?
That is it for the blade suits.
Here let's have the armor suits because I still need to add that one last thing to.
Oh, the 1d8 or 1d6 piercing damage. The 1d8 piercing damage.
Yeah, it's one. You can give one.
You do a 1d8 piercing damage when they miss an attack as a reaction.
Damage. And enemies miss an attack. These changes occur until you dispel the armor suits. Okay. All right. Next one.
The next one is the flight suits. It is the cape with the hood. You gain a flying speed equal to your walking speed.
A suit with.
It's just a cape. It's like a Superman cape.
Cape and a hood. And a flying speed of
equal to your walking speed. As a reaction, you can fly out of someone's threat range, forcing them to make a DC 13 strength saving throw, or be a DC 17 strength saving throw, or be knocked prone.
You can fly outside of someone's.
Yes. So as a bonus action, you can disengage by flying. And
I thought it was a reaction.
Yeah, did I say reaction? I meant bonus action. Sorry. As a bonus action, you can use your cunning action to disengage. And they have to make any enemies within 15 feet of you will have to make a DC 17 strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
Enemies within 10 feet of
15
feet. Must pass a strength saving throw of 13.
17. DC 17 strength save will be knocked prone.
Let's pass DC 17 strength saving throw will be knocked prone. Okay. Anything else?
No, that is it. You can fly. It lets you fly.
Alrighty.
And the final suit is the binding suits. This suit is particularly interesting. You no longer have an attack action with the suit. Your action cannot be used to attack. You can restrain up to 3 creatures that you can see within 60 feet of you.
Give me a minute. 3 creatures. I can restrain up to 3 creatures that I can see
within 60 feet of you.
Within 60 feet of.
They must succeed a DC 17 strength saving throw or be restrained.
Succeed a DC 17 strength saving throw.
That's right. Or be restrained. As an action, you can tighten the binds, dealing 2d6 bludgeoning damage.
Tighten the binds, dealing 2d6 bludgeoning damage.
You also have pain transference, so whenever you take damage, they take half of the damage you take.
Any damage you take, those bound
by you, yeah, take half of that damage.
All right.
But you obviously you'll have to roll concentration checks to maintain binding if you take damage.
Then concentration checks.
That one's more for me than you, but you'll have to maintain concentration.
In order to, you must maintain concentration checks in order to bind others while taking.
In order to continue binding. So if you have people bound to you already and you take damage, the damage gets transferred. But you also have to roll a concentration check to make sure you can maintain the restraint. But you can no longer attack. You can only squeeze people when they're restrained.
Interesting. All right.
But you can restrain up to. You can basically deal 2d6 to up to 3 creatures that you have restrained, and they can't fucking do anything about it.
All right. Awesome. Coolio.
Yep. So you can fly. You have more attacks, and you can hold people. You basically have hold person, but it does damage. Welcome to godhood, fuckhead. Fuckboy.
All right.
Drosk, as you reach the end of your journey, after adding all these bits and pieces in, you and Irma begin to make your way back to the Agatherian wilds to await for your companions. And we're going to pick this up with Serena next. Stay tuned.
Alright, I gotta get to work on leveling up now.
Yeah, level 20. We're done recording. We're finished. Stop. Hello, sweet babies. Hello, Piff.
Hey.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm scared. I'm very scared.
Why?
But I'm here for it.
What are you scared about? You're just alone.
What was it you messaged me the other day? What was it that you messaged me the other day?
Just alone in the Agatherian
You're
wild.
gonna get ruined, my guy. Have fun. Jade in 1108.
Walking down. Yeah. Teehee. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna get wrecked. That's all I'm aware of because I am a small cleric and I'm by myself.
You're gonna die.
Somebody thought it was a good idea to send the cleric who only just got levels and fighter all fires.
Thumbs up. Have fun. All right. So yeah, you're in the beautiful, lush Agatherian wilds.
filled with all sorts of different beasts and the like. And as everyone begins to part, you head your own way. You head just straight. You don't know how to navigate the edge of time. Just kind of know that it's a place, it exists. There's potential. You're pretty sure that if you just walk in a direction and think real hard about the place you're heading, you'll just end up there eventually. Seems to be how it works.
Well, what does she know about Sky Mommy, like, already?
Roll me a religion check.
A religion check? Oh, I'm good at those, hopefully. Let's not get too full of myself.
I'm good at those. Religion. Natural one.
Actually, 19.
19. You know about Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn is one of the primeval gods, one of the good ones that you guys are allowed to worship in Gormaldra. Not one of the main, like, theological idols, more of like a secondary, like, thanks, babe, for fucking giving us the crops and stuff, you know? Like, more of a just kind of like an acknowledged god, as opposed to a heavily worshipped one. There's no churches or anything about it. What you would know primarily with a 19 is that she is responsible for the creation of storms, and literally in the ancient primordial time would paint the sky, whether that be to change from dawn to dusk, to paint the sky a new color, to paint clouds in, to make thunderstorms and rain clouds and just wonderful shapes and what have you.
All right,
she would do that.
If that's the case, then Serena's probably just walking in the direction that the sky is prettiest.
Okay.
Because she's probably thinking prettiest sky means it's being painted by Sky Mommy.
Yeah, you look up, there ain't no sky here.
Damn.
It's just a void.
Damn. Well then, yeah, just gonna walk.
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming that Agatha probably didn't give me any directions.
No. You're just gonna walk, so eventually you'll leave the Aeyier wilds and you're back into the very cold, snowy edge of time. The black trees and the what have yous spotted around. How is Serena doing? Give me just a description of what you're doing. What's going on? Give me a vibe check.
Vibe check? Do I have to roll for my vibes?
No, just tell me how Serena's feeling.
Well,
what
I guess...
What are Serena's vibes right now, as she's walking through the cold edge of time?
Question for you, DM.
Yes.
Is she at full health?
Yes.
Would she have healed? Okay, because I did not have my health points back to normal.
Whoops.
So I'll do that. So she's feeling not too bad. Does her metallic body feel heat and cold?
It does, yeah.
Well, then she probably is shivering a little bit, bringing her arms up to kind of hug herself to keep warm.
Surprisingly enough, the body is still responsive to, like, touch and to heat and to cold and to, like, you know, it still feels like you have a regular human body. It's just made out of cold, hard metal.
Mm-hmm.
The fires of whatever your soul is kind of keeping it functioning.
All right, that's good to know.
But yeah, so first vibe, cold. Physically, cold. How's she feeling in the vibrain, in the vibration space?
In the vibration space, a lot has happened to her in a very short period of time. Mm-hmm. So she's still kind of shaken up about stuff. She's trying to maintain hopeful and optimistic, and she's doing a pretty good job at that. There is hope there is optimism there, but there's also like a bitterness that's been building up towards Maple Syrup Man, and
I mean,
what she is starting to perceive as everything in her life that has gone wrong kind of does relate back to him.
Yeah,
because
for sure.
She was in his church for a long time, so she's progressively getting more and more bitter towards this man. And she kind of wants to see a fucker burn. There's fire in her eyes now.
Yeah, all right.
So she's walking with a purpose.
We're actually going to dip into Serena's memory. Back when you were flesh and blood.
Ooh.
Back when you had the sort of white and orange rose with the golden laurel, the sandals, in the sort of church of the guiding light, with the other priestesses and yourself, one of the attendants, the high priest, who was Aaron, the highest of priests there. You've woken up in your room, your sort of secondary private lodging, in the city of Gormeldra, in one of Hertes' church. And you remember getting up out of bed and preparing for the day ahead. You remember there's like some big ceremony that is supposed to happen today. This was before you were pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
But you're supposed to be preparing for a huge ceremony today. You and the girls have been super excited about it. So you get up. What do you want to do?
She's probably gonna go over towards her closet and pick out her best outfit, her best church outfit that she can find and she can dig up. Make sure
it's for sure.
Freshly pressed. Make sure that it's ready and it looks beautiful. And she puts that on. She makes sure she's all prepared and ready. She definitely takes a moment to look in the mirror and kind of smile at herself because it is a big day. She's excited.
Yeah, it's
she
great.
Wants to go see the other girls.
Yeah, so obviously, being the first of Faithful, with the Faithful Festival happening, you run down the stairs, sort of meeting up with the other girls of the church, all human and half-elf women that you initially meet up with. There are a few male priests. They're elderly male priests. You see a half-elf male priest who approaches you first.
Mm-hmm.
He approaches you. His name, you recall, is Aeyier. Aeyier, Daenar, Aeyier. And he approaches you and he bows. And very oddly, this is because obviously part of the culture of the Church of the Guiding Light was when presented with a person of the opposite sex, they would pick up their hand and they kiss it, right? You know, that normal sort of gesture of politeness.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He does not do this. In fact, he does not touch you, almost refusing to sort of get close. If you step forward, he steps back. Maintaining a small distance between the two of you. You see Daenerys, he bows, and he says, he's a rather large individual, very stoic looking gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of very short brown hair, one of the many priests who work there. Definitely not like the archbishop or high priest. But you know, he is a lower sort of attendant priest who works in the area. And you see he bows and says to you, Madam,
Thank you very much for your attendance today. We are very excited to see what you do for the Fayfall Festival.
Serena, she's confused for a moment at like the action of simply bowing and not necessarily touching her. So there's like a brief moment of confusion, and she smiles, she nods, and she's like, "I'm very excited for today. It's going to be a lot of fun."
Indeed. It is an honor to be able to witness an event such as this. I'm truly excited to bring the word. Have a blessed remainder of your day. And you see he walks away at this point. Yeah, just very polite guy, and then immediately is contrasted by the high priest of the church, High Priest Aaron. And he shows up, snatches your hand, plants a very uncomfortably long kiss on it, and like looks you right in the eyes, and he says, "Serena, isn't it lovely? Finally, we get to partake in the fruits of your labor." Still holding on to your hand.
She laughs awkwardly and just very, very slowly, but still trying to be polite. She kind of pulls her hand away and like tries to fold it gently in front of herself with her other hand covering it. And
he holds it for a moment, kind of like rubs the side of your thumb and then lets go. Like that uncomfortable, creepy guy thing.
Yeah.
This guy's like a good 10 to 11 years older than you. As well, just for that extra kind of haha creep.
Yeah.
He seems very excited. You speak to your girls about the Faithful Festival. You sort of begin to set this up. You have a absolutely impeccable day, just a wonderful time at this festival. You recall, and you remember meeting with Daenerys, the gentleman from before. Again, he greets you the same. He does not touch you at all. He sort of maintains this sort of very polite distance. He kind of bows his head. And you two just kind of talk for a large portion of the night. You see him a little bit more around the church, and you sort of feel a warm glow in your heart. He seems very stoic on the surface, but once you manage to break through that, he's actually a very charming guy. You found him quite appealing. And there was one instance where you had broke chast. In that instance with Daenerys, but it was a night that was well kept. It was a night that was welcome. And you're thinking to yourself as you're walking through the edge of time, why on earth am I worrying about this? And then you remember Daenerys' execution.
Please elaborate.
Daenerys was accused of great atrocities, which you're not particularly sure the details of, but Aaron conducted it personally. Knowing what you know about Aaron now, he found out somehow.
Yeah.
What the two of you had. And felt it necessary to kill him. You were not sure how. You just know that he was taken beneath the temple and he didn't come back out. Him or his corpse. You were not permitted to attend the funeral.
You remember this because it wasn't long after when Aaron decided to do what he did, which obviously we won't talk about. Aaron decided to take what was not his, we'll say. Make a insight check.
Insight check.
Mm-hmm.
Where is
Making an insight check on yourself, you know? So make an insight check.
26?
26?
Yeah.
Something in that memory, you just suddenly, just a wayward thought comes through your head as you're kind of just recounting your past. A wayward thought just bloop, comes into your head, and it says, Australia was never Aaron's.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of like sync up with the timeline and kind of realize you were coming under the symptoms of an early pregnancy before Aaron did the deed.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that your late child, who you wanted to name Australia, did not come from a scary and gross place. It came from someone that you loved.
Mm-hmm.
You'd like to do another vibe check? I'd like to do another vibe check. How's Serena
You'd like to do another vibe check.
Yeah. How's Serena's vibes right now?
It distresses her, honestly, because it just makes the fact that both of them are gone to her, and she cannot get that back. It makes it all the more upsetting, and she's all the more angry that all of that was taken away from her. Because the thought kind of does pass that she could have already have had a happy life, and she wouldn't even have to be here right now.
Mm-hmm.
If things hadn't gotten taken away from her, she could have been in a nice home with her child running around with a loving husband. And
as soon as you think about loving husband, your mind kind of wanders over to Quint. Kind of see him standing, kind of extending a hand, asking if you're okay. And just like this very chiseled and scary, like armored half-orc. And then you look into his eyes and he's just got these big, round kind of wells of concern and worry, very, very different than what you're told a half-orc looks like. So as soon as you think of husband and happy family, and you think about what you've lost, you also begin to think about what you've gained. You think to Aeyier and her story about her legs not working until she found the sword, and her loss. You think about Drosk, who is a very weedy kind of insecure kid. You think about Quint, who has seen demons, literal demons, and has come here under the orders of someone else to escape a terrible life of subjugation.
Mm-hmm.
So how does Serena take this kind of information, thinking about it? The new memories.
There's a part of her that wouldn't trade any of that. Like, sure, she's lost a lot and she's been through a lot, but she wouldn't trade any of them specifically for the world. She feels like this little group is more of a family than the church ever was. and she doesn't necessarily want to lose that. There's a moment of almost like belittling her own things that she's gone through and thinking about the others, because they all have been through so much, and she acknowledges their struggle and their pain and their strife that they've gone through to get to where they are today. And she looks at herself and is almost like, why would you put your pain with theirs?
Mm-hmm. It's kind of as you think that you notice that the ground you're standing on isn't covered in snow anymore, and instead you're in this like tall, there's these massive like sandstone columns that erupt from the ground. You look at the ground, and the ground is kind of like this flat sort of sandstone. You're looking around, there's like little sparkles, and you look up at this endless sky and these auroras, these these fabric-esque looking lights that dance above you, and a million painted stars and clouds with greens and blues being painted, dancing the light off underneath them, and these endless columns that reach into this infinite sky. You assume you are where you're supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
And you walk, sort of looking around. Would you like to do anything?
She does take a moment and just like admires everything that she sees above her and around her.
Make a perception check.
Let me find perception. 14.
This is absolutely fucking gorgeous. This is more beautiful than the skies you see at home in Luminat, in Gomaldra, even. These skies, these stars are radiant and beautiful and placed so particularly. It truly is an otherworldly sky.
Oh yeah, she definitely just sort of stands in awe there for several long moments, looking up and admiring it. And then there's a moment of just, oh yeah, I have to be looking for her. And she kind of like snaps back to it and starts scanning.
You take one step forward and fall into something soft and hard at the same time. Take a step back, and you see like a 7-foot tall, very nice sort of tan brown skin, long white hair that kind of like drifts out and floats behind. These tattoo-covered arms of these. It's so detailed, like you would have to fucking spend ages just looking at it. She's wearing little like short, like her tunic kind of has been like wrapped up at the hip and knotted, so it kind of looks like she's wearing like shorts, like gym shorts or something. And you see her legs are completely tattooed as well. Very light and thin. You see the sort of like the top bit of like this robe has also been like ripped at the midriff and is just like a crop top now. You clearly he got this and was just like, fuck this, man, this sucks, and has ripped it off. And it's just covered in these like golden, like all the tattoos, they aren't like black, they're all bright sort of gold, and like these gold veins that swirl around, voice different colors. And you look up and you see her eyes are just like a kaleidoscopic iris, just all sorts of shifting different colors, very full lips, and she's wearing a huge billowing nimbus cloud cape that sort of flows behind her. She steps forward, and you have run straight into her abs and just like conked your head, both soft and hard, and step back, look up at this enormous woman standing in front of you. She's kind of just like looking down, confused, clearly doesn't know who you are. You're wearing a big witch hat.
Serena kind of like blinks, and she does distinctly take a moment to like reach her hand through the willow vines and push it aside so like they can look at each other full in the face. And
she like raises an eyebrow.
She just blinks and she's just like, "Hello, Lady Gwendolyn?" And it's
Gwendolyn.
asked as a question.
I am Lady Gwendolyn. Who might you be, little lady?
My name is
Do I
Serena.
know you?
You don't
Are we
know me?
lovers or okay, good. Right.
You don't know me. I know people who know you. And I
All right, yeah. Well, I'm
to
assuming
find
you're
you.
mortal. You were sent to find me. All right, and what are you hoping to gain from that, sweetheart?
Well, it's kind of complicated, and you might think I'm crazy.
Right.
Well, Irma, Hector, Gorm, and I, and a few of my friends are intending to go after Hercules, and we're seeing if anybody else can assist us in this endeavor.
What do you mean going after Hercules? Like a little bit more specific than that, please.
We intend to kill him and take the miracle back.
Oh, right. Sign me up. Let's go. I'm sorry.
Really?
Yeah,
She just
of course.
like she's stunned that this woman just agreed to go kill another man.
I am so ready to fuck this guy up. You have no idea. Like, he's just a little limp dick weasel. I tell you what, fucking men.
There's a moment at the limp dick weasel comment that Serena's like hand goes to her mouth. She's trying to stifle a laugh.
Don't be a prude, sweetheart. He's a bastard.
I know, he's great.
A bastard. I am going to shove my left foot so far up his ass, I'm going to kick his left eyeball out.
Would love to see you do that, ma'am.
He fucking deserves it, I tell you what.
Well, very much so, he does. I agree with that statement.
He's just a little feckin' prick. Little feckin' prick. But, you know, such is life.
I didn't expect you to just be so agreeable to this situation.
Oh, no, he's a bitch. Of course I can go kill him. He's a bitch. If you're serious and everyone's, like, gonna go together and fuck this guy up, I say he's had a long time coming, you know.
Yeah, we've all agreed. And we're trying to get as many people as we can.
First of all, I just want to say, Hector's on this team as well?
Yes.
I mean, that's obvious. You're a metal lady. That's clearly his shit. But also, like, Hector's, like, he kills demons and stuff, you know? He was so scared of her. He challenged Hercules on a one-on-one, and Hercules, like, flicked him in the chest, and the guy went flying. Ever since, hadn't heard from the fucking guy. So embarrassed. You know, so... It's hilarious to think that he's coming back for round 2. You're looking at me like you didn't know that happened.
I did not.
Ooh, he's going to fucking have a go at me. Right.
I would love to hear the story, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
She leans forward, definitely interested, because for some reason, Serena has a lot of tea on these gods.
So
she
Hector,
wants more.
Right. Hector, he goes in. We're all like, all right, we're gonna go get this miracle back from Hercules. We found out, you know, he's got all this stuff before he gets up on the Olympia Ma, you know, Gorm's court. We're gonna fuck this guy up. We're gonna absolutely decimate this motherfucker. We're gonna ruin his shit. And Hector goes, no. I'm the one who's supposed to stop demons and all these gods. I'm the god of war and punishment in the underworld and blah 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 blah. So he walks up, does a whole spiel about how he's going to beat Hercules. Hercules flicks him in the chest, sends him so far back that he ends up in an abyssal realm that does not exist in the purviews of time, has to spend the next 2,000 years walking back to his place in the Iron Abyss. By that point, Hercules has taken over the Olympus Mall. So what are we to do? And that's a story about how Hector got his shit rocked by a prick. Weedy little prick.
That is...
The end.
That's something I was not aware of. It was really just a flick?
Yeah, he gets really upset when people talk about it, but I don't care about pissing him off.
There's a moment of concern and worry that passes across Serena's face, because if it was really just a flick, this man's quite powerful.
Oh yeah, for sure. But you know where he gets his power from, right?
Do I? DM, do I? It's been a while since we've played this game. Do I? Question mark?
I don't know. You don't.
Okay,
But
no, I don't.
If you want to roll a history check,
A history check.
Maybe I can remind you of a hint that I gave you a while back.
Oh, 19.
You remember feeling the fact that Agatha was more powerful than the other gods. And you suspect largely that was because you were in the Agatherian wilds, her home realm. And looking at Gwendolyn, you're getting the same sense of how the hell is Gwendolyn more powerful than Gorm and Hector and Irma. These guys are fucking strong people. How is she more powerful than them? Why am I getting that presence right now?
It's because this is their world and they can essentially do whatever they want in that area and be whatever
in their realm.
That is their own realm. I see. I'm putting the pieces together. I've connected I'm not connected shit, but I'm connecting the dots.
I'm connecting the dots. I'm doing my connect the dots puzzle. I'm doing my color by numbers. I'm figuring it out.
I am definitely doing my color by numbers and figuring it out, but this color by numbers is fucking weird. It looks like it's one thing as the lines, and then you actually go to color it and it's completely different. That's the kind of coloring by numbers.
Color by numbers, except it's a gradient. What a nightmare color by numbers.
It is a nightmare, but I'm loving every moment of it.
Okay. So she asks you that question. Yeah? Have you figured it out yet, or do I need to spell it out for you?
It's because of the realm that you all are in, correct?
You're damn fucking right it is.
So going up into his realm would...
And guess who isn't? And guess who isn't in the autumnal wood right now? Guess who's all the way on top of Olympus Mall and not in his hometown?
Huh. I suppose you're right.
Serena, have you ever set a forest on fire before?
Her eyebrows kind of shoot up a little. No, I have not.
Would you like to?
Yes.
That's my fucking girl.
She's timidly saying yes, but there's a bit of excitement there.
Hold on one second.
I did in fact send the meme up. Chat. Danny put the meme up.
Danny put the meme.
Danny put the meme up. Put the cool boys up. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
I've connected the dots. You didn't connect shit. I've connected
them. That's you and me right now.
You didn't connect shit. I've connected them. Yeah, so Gwendolyn says, would you like to?
Yes.
Very good. Great. So you traverse. She fucking picks you up by the hand, throws you in the air. A cloud appears underneath you, and you land on top of it. And she herself, a flowing thundercloud, the sort of roiling cumulonimbus behind her, begins to spark and fly. And all of a sudden, the environment changes as you're rocketing through the air, and you come over this like maple forest, and you land in the realm of Hercules. So yeah, you guys finally come over across this forest, this immaculately kept maple forest. Beautiful orange and yellow trees, and Gwendolyn shoots a lightning bolt at it, sets fire to half of it, and just sort of gestures and goes, "Now you."
Now me?
Yeah. Burn the fucking thing down.
I don't have magic like that.
Sure you do. Go on.
Sure I do?
Yeah, sure you do. Serena, I would like you to look up the Flame Strike spell. I believe it's called Flame Strike. I believe it's called Flame Strike. I think it's like a 7th level or a 6th level spell. It's a Cleric spell.
Flame Strike. It is a Cleric spell, you're correct. A vertical column of divine fire roars down from the heavens on the location. You specify each creature in a 10-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder centered on a point within range must make a dexterity saving throw. The creature takes 4d6 fire damage and 4d6 radiant damage on a failed save. I see.
Go on. Give it a go.
She just like stutters for a minute and then holds her hands out, not quite knowing what's gonna happen.
Yeah. This pillar of roaring hellfire just erupts and just decimates this whole place in this fiery red tornado of pure hate and malice for this place. Just erupts and begins to burn away. And as you do, you feel something on your soul that was gripping so tightly lose its grip a little.
Mm-hmm.
She goes, "Go on, just have some fucking fun!" And she starts shooting more lightning bolts. And she's flying around. She's like shooting lightning bolts, creating huge wind storms to spread more fire. You have your cleric spell list up to level 7, like up to 7th level spells. Do whatever the fuck you want.
I don't know what all my
spell do you
spells
want
up to 7th level is.
Ooh, you're robot.
I don't know what all the cleric level spells are.
Just look for something. Look for something and do it. Why not? Have some fun.
I am going onto the internet right now and looking stuff up because you said up to 7th level?
Up to 7th level cleric spells is what you have access to at this particular moment. Just do whatever the fuck you want. You can do another flame strike if you want. Just make another burning tornado
There's
of fire.
something called Firestorm.
Oh, sure.
Which I would like to do that.
All right, sure. You use Firestorm. What does it look like?
Well, it's described as a storm made up of sheets of roaring flame appears in a location you choose within range. The area of the storm consists of up to 10-foot cubes, which you can arrange as you wish.
Great. So you just, like, hold your hands out, and these explosions of red and black flame, very not on theme for the very soft-spoken Serena, but your destructive energy has at this point manifested and decided to come out in full force and burn everything. And you're burning
Herxes' forest. There's so much fire and destruction going on. You're flying around on this nimbus cloud. Gwendolyn is laughing with you, and then the grip loosens a little bit more. You now have access to 9th level spells at this moment. What would you like to do with those?
To 9th level?
9th level cleric spells.
Why is the first thing at 9th level just astral projection?
Astral projection? I delete my body.
Delete my body.
Your chakras align, and you ascend.
Yeah, there's not much damage stuff at 9th level.
What are one of the things that you can do at 9th level?
Astral projection, gate, mass heal, power word heal, and true resurrection.
You have true resurrection? Wild.
It's a 9th level necromancy skill on the cleric spell list.
Wonder what would happen. What are you gonna do?
I'm looking. At 9th level, there's something, or at 8th level, rather, there's something called Earthquake.
You have the Motherkin as well, which is sort of floating on standby. Next to you, you see the infant Estrella upon it.
She's gonna let that go off and cut some trees down as they burn.
Sure. Yeah. Make an insight check for me.
An insight check? I have many tabs pulled up right now. You're gonna need to give me 2 seconds.
Sure.
Insight. 13.
With a 13, you're looking at the sword of the Motherkin. And you remember how it was forged, right?
Mm-hmm.
You remember whose soul is in there? You have access to 9th level spells.
Out of curiosity. True resurrection on the sword?
You want to try?
Yeah.
Motherkin shadows. And in its place stands a young woman with braided hair and sort of armor, and you sort of see this like shock, and she kind of looks up to you, Mom, and then vanishes.
She just kind of stops and stares for a long minute.
Yeah, Gwendolyn is still shooting lightning and laughing.
She's crying. She's crying. They're not bad tears, but she's crying.
What happened? Why are you crying? What are you stopping for? Burning down a fucking forest is great.
It is great.
That's awesome. She shoots another lightning bolt. See? Fuck this guy. We're ruining his house.
There is a slight laugh through the tears at the burning with his house comment.
Fuck this guy. This guy sucks. So what are you crying for? What? Where'd your cool sword go, by the way? Where's the cool sword? You had like a cool sword, and it's just not here anymore.
Yeah, it's gone. She's gone.
She's gone. Sorry. Yeah. So you can remove the Motherkin from your inventory now.
All right.
You no longer have that. That is now a weapon that is now gone.
So the spiritual weapon is no longer there. The Motherkin one.
The spiritual weapon is no longer the Motherkin.
Right.
Yeah. What would you like to do as you're standing in the ruins of Herctes' forest?
Is there anything in there that isn't a maple tree? Or are they all maple trees?
They're all maple trees.
Okay.
But at this point, it's all just black earth. Red and black flames, which sort of now turn to a soft, like, pinkish green as you begin to mellow out, I guess, is the term for it.
She, takes a breath. In her mind, she has already settled on, once this is all over, she wants to come back here and heal this place.
Sure.
She's already... Basically, she wants to take over his house after he's dead.
I mean, you have level 9 spells.
I do, but...
What do you have?
I'm looking at all I have, because it's a lot. Because I have Mass Heal, Power Word Heal, and then True Resurrection again. Would True Resurrection work on the forest? Or would that just go back to him?
You get the sense that the forest isn't a place that is dead. It is a place that is damaged, not dead.
Damaged, not dead. What about the Mass Heal?
Mass Heal? Sure. Go ahead, and I just want you to roll me a just a flat roll me a flat wisdom check.
Flat wisdom?
Yeah, just a wisdom. Flat wisdom.
17.
8. As you cast Mass Heal, Serena, why don't you describe to me what your god realm's gonna look like?
Oh, fuck. It's a beautiful, lush green garden. There's a cottage, there's a lake. It's got beautiful flowers and butterflies, and there's specifically, also, a duck family with babies.
Of course.
And there's giant willow trees. A bunch of giant willow trees, all surrounding this pond.
Awesome. You finish your cast of Mass Heal. And Gwendolyn lands right next to you and just goes, "Yo, you fucking stole his house. You showed up, burnt the fucker down, and then was like, this is mine now. I live here. I like you. I like you so much."
You kind of laugh sheepishly because there's a part of her that can't believe she did this either.
You're a fucking riot. Holy shit, we should burn down more places and steal them. That's so fun. I love that.
As long as they deserve it, I'm down.
Oh god, there's so many people who deserve it, love. What's your name again? I don't think you actually told me. You just said you wanted to kill God, and I was like, yeah, sure.
I'm Serena.
I'm Gwendolyn. So, Serena, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Goddess Serena. Very nice to meet you as well. And you notice as you go to shake her hand, you changed again.
I've changed again.
Yeah, instead of being like this doll-like creature, you are now instead in this like enormous kind of like battle maiden dress. I guess
love
like this
that
full,
for her.
like full plate mail fucking skirt, the same willow tree hat, all that stuff. Except your hands, instead of being these kind of like segmented doll hands, are now perfect skin with a sort of pale silvery glow to them. Trina, you have reached your godly form. You're now a goddess.
I'm now a goddess.
Congratulations. You're also the only one with a realm, which means you can take
a realm action that allows you to summon 1d8 shades to the realm. Congratulations. You also get. You also are now level 20. You distribute as you like. And yeah, welcome.
Fun.
Welcome to godliness.
I
We'll
stole
leave it
his
there.
house. This is
I showed up.
Steal
I
your
sold this
abusers'
fucker's
houses.
house.
Break their house and steal it.
Well, thank you everyone so much for watching this episode of Journey at the End. Tune in next time for the grand finale. Bye.
Quint squints. Haha.
Yeah. High five.
Yeah.
Danny,
Hey,
edit in us high
welcome to
fiving.
Edit in this new segment.
When episode
It's time for Quint squints.
when the episode ends, I'm gonna send Danny, I'm gonna send a picture of me high fiving the air, and then Connor, you need to do another one of you high fiving the air, and Danny, make it work. Make it work somehow. I don't know how. Make it work.
Two stock image hands meet.
My face and Connor's face. Make it happen. Thanks, Danny. I'm not. Danny, you can edit this out if this is too hard to do because this is a lot to edit in one episode. Maybe keep this as a deleted scene. I don't know, dude.
Yep.
I love you though.
We love you.
Don't edit that bit in. Danny, dub over that. Dub over that with this. Thanks, Danny.
Dub over it with a new motorbike. The bike do flip. I'm kidding.
Quints. Mama.
Ooh.
Ooh.